Today, a friend of the producer is coming over to play Smash Brothers Melee.
How you doing?
Pretty good yourself?
Yep. Good.
He considers himself to be pretty good, having played the game for several years. What he doesn't know is he's about to play Korean DJ, one of the greatest Melee players of all time.
Oh! Whoops.
Each player has 4 lives or stocks, and must take all of his opponent's stocks to win. KDJ will lose 3 on purpose.
Oh, Fox is so awesome. Oh.
Dude,
So excited I'm playing this game again.
Fox is really good.
Now, he will try.
I want to introduce you to Korean DJ, who is one of the greatest Smash Brothers players of all time.
KDJ then invited the cameraman to fight.
What?
And then the producer.
Oh, there's gotta be enough of us here.
Nice.
Oh!
Oh my god! That's absurd!
How is it possible for someone to be so fast and so precise that even 3 opponents would be no match? This is about a game that was never designed to be played at a competitive level. And the people who discovered just how far the game could go.
Well, I'd never heard your name before, so go suck a dick.
Tons of people behind me just screaming.
He goes there ready to die. Best feeling ever.
But mostly, this is about the 7 greatest players who, in their time, ruled the world.
You want me to wrap up Smash, like, as a whole?
Yeah.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
John Salty Snacks presents A Brief History of Smash. It was the turn of the century and everyone was bored. Bored, that is, until Masahiro Sakurai invented a brilliant new way to legally beat your children. Super Smash Bros. Melee for Nintendo GameCube. Since then, everything has been just hunky-dory.
When Smash Brothers Melee was released, it was intended to be a party game. Something your family could play together. Something designed for the casual gamer. The game was stocked with Nintendo characters most people would recognize. Donkey Kong, Mario, Bowser, and some few would recognize Captain Falcon, Sheik, Marth, Fox. The game itself was unique in a world of 2D fighters.
I liked that it was easy to pick up. You know, like Street Fighter, you had to know shit combos. This game, you could just play and have fun.
There's just a fluidity to it that normal 2D fighters don't have. Not to say 2D fighters are bad or anything. Disclaimer.
You know, other games, you got the charge moves, quarter circles.
Smash, you make up your own combos. It's, you know, it's all about the physics. It's almost like a sandbox fighting game.
of course, because I had fun, I then started taking it seriously. And it's like, shit, there are combos in this too. And it's actually a lot broader, I guess, than most fighting games, because it isn't just memorizing inputs. You have to think a lot more. Judge where people are going.
Everybody's like, it's going up. It's supposed to go the other way, and then they die. Yeah, it's confusing.
Oh, yeah, the percentage. It's not at all like any other fighting game.
When you get hit, or when things hit you, or like when you fall or whatever, your percentage goes up. And that means that the next time someone hits you, you'll go a little bit farther. And then when you go far enough that you leave the box that is the stage, because every stage is really a box, then you die.
There's a lot of strategy in just making sure people don't come back onto the stage once you knock them off. You can kill people at 0% or like 1% if you just play it really smart and trick them into doing something. Whereas other fighting games, you can't really have that small tactical advantage. Like, you have to kind of chip away at them constantly.
Out of 649 GameCube games, Melee was by a wide margin the most popular. But despite the insistence that it should be a casual experience, a few players saw it as much more than that, and they took it to another level.
Well, I mean, I first picked up the game when it came out, obviously. I was there waiting in line at, I guess it would have been Best Buy, and brought it back and played all the challenges, you know, one by one, event mode. Fell in love instantly. It was brilliant. It was even better than 64, which I also played all the time with my friends. It was fantastic, and I've been playing it for a couple of years when we found out about tournaments, that they hosted tournaments for the game.
Oh, he's the best.
I thought it was just it was a one-time thing. It was for fun. It was silly, and we went to Live or Die. It was our first tournament. It was a crap show. Honestly, it was crowded and it was smelly, and I did really, really, really poorly, and it was frustrating. But that was it. You know, it was just like turning on a light. We were trash, just trash compared to these people. And that was very exciting for us. Once I realized where I was on the spectrum of this game, how far down I was, that the training started right away.
Welcome to Smash Brothers Training. Today you will learn the first advanced technique ever discovered.
Wave dashing.
Wave dashing. What the hell is a wave dash?
Wave dashing. This is Samus. Besides being a robot bounty hunter, she is also an accomplished dancer. By jumping and then quickly dodging into the ground, she can transfer her momentum into a slide, speeding up her combos and increasing her movement options. Despite this, she still cannot do the robot. That's all for now. See you next time.
Players learned how to use wave dashing and other advanced techniques to speed up the game to the point where it basically got ridiculous. Most people figure that we put in about 6 or 7 inputs per second, which is roughly about the same as professional StarCraft. It kind of broke the boundaries that people expected to see in Smash.
There aren't set combos, there aren't a list that somebody somewhere decided what you can do. You can do whatever you want to with your character. You compare it to sports, you compare it to basketball or football, where a person is in control of every movement of their body. And while the video game is just a series of zeros and ones, everybody looks different. I can watch a video of a Marth, I can tell you whether it's Ken or Neo or Azen. You can see the style in a person's character, and that to me is incredible.
You know, I've ran tournaments for MLG, I've ran Men Challenge, I've ran Tekken, I've ran Halo, I've ran Gears of War, Rainbow Six, Shadowrun, Smash Brothers Melee, Smash Brothers Brawl, so I've ran and been around a lot of high caliber games, and I've seen them all, and I think Melee is one of the deepest and most intricate games you can ever play competitively, which is crazy for a game made by Nintendo that wasn't supposed to be competitive with cartoon characters, but it just kind of was like a beautiful accident.
Although Melee has advanced considerably, for the first few years there were no guidelines. The first to uncover and master these techniques would instantly become the most dangerous player.
Did you just call him Chris?
Holy shit! Coming. No, it's not Krishan. It's not cool. Come on, Azen.
Cool with the game?
We weren't really serious about it. I mean, we had fun with it, but the moment where it changed from like just casual play to competitive was when my brother met Azen at school. The biggest thing about him that I've gotten over now, which I guess is why I didn't start with it, but is just the fact that he's like freakishly good at video games. Like he just has this knack for being able to figure a game out and apply the best tactics immediately. This old school MMORPG called Brawl. He was like top 2 ranked, he said, in the PvP servers of that worldwide. Pokemon Puzzle League, top scores in almost every mode. It was also just different genres. I mean, you got an MMO, you got a fighting game, and then you got a puzzle game, like, and he's just nailing like all 3 genres. We would just go to Fest and we'd be playing games for fun, and he's still like whooping our ass in them. Like, we're playing Mario Party over here, and he's just fucking like winning all the mini games. It's something, like I said, that I'm used to now, but it's still like, when I go back and think about it, it's like fucking incredible to think about. It seems like any game that he puts time into and cares about, he will get sick at. Crews weren't really like heavily established at the time. We were kind of one of the forerunners actually, because we wanted to show that as a group we had the most skill compared to any other group of players. And Chu had joined our crew because we had met him at another tournament. He started coming to our fest, and that's pretty much what started like the whole crew rivalry aspect. Probably was the fact that we had this other group of players. And they were, you know, they also had like a name. They were very like established. We had seen their placements over tournaments.
At the time when Melee came out, this game called Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance came out. And we were just being silly about it. It's like, yo, we should just call ourselves Deadly Alliance. Everyone was the king of their town. Like Mike G, he was like the king of Queens. Kamal, he's like the king of Brooklyn. And me and Jason, we was like the kings of Manhattan. And then we also met Killer R. He was the king of Harlem. There was this guy named Brandon. His name is B. He pretty much knew about H2IO. And then he's like, yo, these guys, they're real good and everything. And he was the pretty much person networking between, you know, both crews.
He's just like, yeah, they're all like 20-year-old dudes from like the Bronx. And we're like, wow. Like,
I was like, yo, forget this, man. We're gonna go over there. We're gonna destroy the whole crew.
We're just like these high school kids playing Smash Brothers, and like these are like fucking 20-year-old like inner city people just like bringing out like hardcore trash talk. If I ever told people at school or anything about like, oh, I go to tournaments, and they're like, oh, that's lame, I'm like, oh yeah? Well, let me show you this motherfucker West that goes to these tournaments. He's a fucking badass.
We was talking smack to each other, you know. We actually meet, and the next thing you know, Azen, he was pretty much beating my whole team.
That whole night, Azen was like wrecking them, but they actually beat the rest of our crew for, you know, overall. And
it was funny, he was even beating Dave with like Pichu. Because he would do like gimmicks, like just throwing you off the ledge and just gimping you. He'd just do stuff like that to Dave, and Dave was like, oh, Azen's too good, I can't beat him, because that's how Dave is. Like, once a player is good and starts beating him, he starts like sucking their balls or whatever you want to call it. And the thing that Azen had over us at the time is because he knew about L canceling before us. So he was able to do moves like, you know, L cancel his moves to stop the delay on moves before us.
With his smart play and technical mastery, Azen had emerged as the best player on the East Coast. But across the country, a battle was brewing for best in the Golden State.
Tournament Go was one of the very first tournament series. It was really the first kind of national tournament series we ever had in our community. It was Matt Deasy who would just throw tournaments in his house, and you know, it'd be some setups on the middle floor, some setups on the bottom floor, and everyone would sleep there. Like, this guy would just house anyone that would fly in from anywhere or drive in from anywhere. He would give you a place to stay. They'd set up tents outside in his backyard, and it was like, I don't know, like Woodstock of gaming or something, where like all these people would show up and he'd be super friendly and open his house to them and house them for a weekend just to throw Smash tournaments. Vociferous, you know, was a guy who played Sheik back then and was just the strongest player. Like, he had won Tournament Go. It was the first couple of them. By default, he was, you know, considered the best player in the nation. I think we kind of had, not an arrogant community, but like we definitely knew we were really good at what we did. And the first story about Ken is like, you know, this guy like randomly posts that he won a GameStop tournament or some random tournament and he can't be beat in this game. And the thing about that, saying that, is everyone says that. Like, they beat their friends and they're unbelievable at this game and they will never lose. And I've seen it at so many tournaments, and these guys just get absolutely like crushed. Like, torn apart, like leave it with like, you know, a tail between the legs. Like it was the same thing for Ken. Like some guy that wasn't part of our community was like, I'm really good at this game. There's no way you'll beat me.
I was just a small fish in a pond. I didn't know anything about the ocean yet. So Matt Deasy, you know, he saw that post and he actually contacted my brother on AM afterwards and wanted to do a money match. They thought it was going to be easy money, so $25 became $50, $50 became $100, and then eventually it became a $200 money match off the bat. To tell you the honest truth, I didn't even have the money at the time, and I still money matched them. He actually drove down like 6-7 hours, NorCal to SoCal. I played Vociferous first. He was like doing all these advanced techniques like wave dash, catching items on air. I was like, how did you do that? I just had to rely on my instincts to take me through. I ended up beating Vociferous. Matt Deasy and Vociferous' face it was priceless. It was a funny thing because Matt Deasy's like, oh, okay, I guess I'm next. Matt Deasy would pick Corneria and then run to the one side of the ship and just constantly spam lasers at me, and I couldn't hit him. Every single time I'd approach him, he'd run to the other side and shoot more lasers at me. I realized like I had to adapt to that. So I found out that once I grabbed Matt Deasy, he wasn't able to run. So once I grabbed him, I was able to hit him. I asked him, I'm like, I beat you guys. Aren't you guys the best? I beat you guys. Does it not make me the best now? And Matt Deasy said, no. Just because you beat us in a money match doesn't make you the best. You have to win TG4. I host TG4. You have to win that. That's what makes you the best. So I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'll have to go to TG4 and win that. I don't know about underground tournaments. You know, I thought it was going to be like EVO where they hosted it like, you know, at an auditorium or something where there's like stages and whatnot. But it was hosted at Matt Deasy's house. Like I saw these smashers. He was housing like most of them. So they were like, I saw him sleep on the ground. And I was like walking in there. I'm like trying to avoid smashers. They've heard of me. Like Matt Deasy and Vociferous were telling people about me, like how, you know, how I was. So they wanted to see it. I tore through the whole entire tournament. After people saw my skill, a lot of people actually dropped out of the tournament. The hype was like almost gone. It was like the last match of the day. It was me versus Vociferous. I ended up beating him. My parents really never supported me playing video games, especially at a competitive level. They would always tell me like, there's no way you're gonna be the best at this game. You know, there's always gonna be someone better than you. I'm one of those guys who want to prove people wrong. If you tell me I can't do that, I want to show you that I can do it. So when I came home from TG4 and I showed them a lot of cash, they're like, oh, that's beginner's luck. That's beginner's. There's no way you can win another tournament.
Ken emerged from TG4 as the undisputed champion of the West, so it seemed that Ken and Azen were set on a collision course, with only a matter of time before they faced one another in the ultimate showdown.
John. What's a John?
It was like 2 a.m. and he was tired.
John's like John's.
He'll get me on the days where I'm just not playing too well.
John's, just John's.
A lot of people don't know where the term came from. It just started, but I believe it was a guy in Texas. His name was John, And no matter what, every time he'd lose, he'd have an excuse. He'd have a reason for losing.
My controller wasn't working, the stage, there's a little bit of lag on the TV.
I didn't sleep last night, or I don't know why I'm not commentating. I need a warm up.
We have a Swedish term, Inga Jonas, it's pretty much no Jans. He used to like using much Jans back in the time.
My favorite one, I think, was I was playing somebody and they were like, someone's touching my shoulder. And I was like, no Jans.
I was like really into the word true that for some reason. That's like when the word just first came out, like everybody was saying it. And so I was like walking down the street and like walking home from school and I'm just like, true that, yeah, true that, true that. I'm just, I said it so much that it became my name.
Smash tag is chaotic.
Sago.
Solid Jake is my tag in the Smash community.
JV3x3, just random numbers and initials. Some people create the tag when they're younger.
Chillin dude 829.
Morg.
Unknown force.
WIFE, wife.
As you get older, you realize you don't want that like name to like stick to you.
I like it. I enjoy it.
Today's winner is Dr. Pee-Pee. Come on.
It's built a little identity around stuff. I identify with it.
If I could go back and change it, I probably would. I would be something cool like Dark Rain. But as it is, I'm wife and I identify with it. I wouldn't say that I found myself in Smash, but I found a second self in Smash. Having this gamer tag and this alternate life and this alternate set of friends and this alternate set of goals allowed me to have an identity that was very different. In regular life, some people will call me the most positive person they've met. I'm a very positive person, but in Smash, I'm arrogant. I'm arrogant and I can be condescending and I know what I want and I'm aggressive and forceful and it's fun to have that second identity. I wonder how many people found a community where they were able to express themselves where they couldn't before. I think that Azen may be one of those, and I don't know about Azen's real-world personality. I can't say that for sure, but I can say that his personality in the Smash world is very cool, and I did get to know that Azen.
He's one of those players who's just completely 100% like all like thinking.
He's actually the only person to ever beat me in tournament in a Samus duo. No one's ever done that, and it was early. I'd probably be able to beat him a little later in my career. They would call him the master of all the characters, and he was good with all of them, all 26. And he would beat a lot of people with their own character, and it was kind of embarrassing because you'd have these people that specialize in characters and he'd beat them. And his style was just very unique, very like, it was almost dumb how he played the game.
It's one thing to just learn the game in one way, but like he seemed to master it in a different way.
He would do a Marth forward smash like 3 times in a row. It's like you missed the first time, you missed the second time. There's no way he's gonna do it the third time. You do it the third time. You're like, that's so stupid. Why did I just get hit by that?
He might not even be able to control the character to like make it look like a top tier character, but like he'll just beat you anyway.
It was very ugly, but he won, and he won a lot.
Azen and H2IL won most of their contests with the other East Coast elites, Deadly Alliance and Team Ben. Meanwhile, the newly minted champion of the West Coast had just met a player who would forever change the face of Smash, and he didn't even play the game.
I actually met Isaiah at TG4. He was a Smash 64 player at the time. He didn't even play Melee at all. He actually money matched me at Smash 64. And I thought I was really good at there. I was like, you know what? I don't know. I should money match you. You're probably gonna lose. And Isaiah was like, no, let's just money match. I saw Isaiah how he's playing 64, and he was amazing. I was like, oh shit. So I was like, you know what, Isaiah? Let's just cancel the money match. He's like, what? How come? I was like, I'm not feeling it. So I told him, like, no money match. I was talking to Isaiah about Melee and stuff online, that I think he has potential to be good because he's really good at 64. I was good at 64 and it carried over. You should come down 2 weeks before TG5 and I'll house you. We can practice, become partners, and I think we could be really good. Eventually, we became really good training partners, kind of like sparring. We would grow off each other.
Azen and Andon were visiting a friend in California, so they're like, okay, as long as we're over here, let's go to a tournament over here. This was 03, summer of 03.
TG5, when it first happened, everyone was pretty hyped since it's the best East Coast players at the time, best Midwest players at the time, all going to one place, and Matt Easy was hosting it. Who's better, Ken or Azen? And this tournament was gonna resolve that all.
Azen advanced through the bracket and seemed to be doing well until he faced Reciferous and lost a Sheik Ditto. Knocked into loser's bracket, Azen again fought a Sheik Ditto, this time against Isaiah. With a 1-2 punch, Azen was knocked out of the top 3 and out of the money. It seemed, even without their top player, the West Coast was indeed the best coast. But something about the tournament didn't sit well with the boys from the East, and they made it known that in their eyes, the victory was a complete and utter farce.
The funny thing about this tournament was items were on, which we were not fans of.
You know, there was a constant debate about the West Coast versus East Coast about items and no items and stuff.
I love items. I think they're fun as hell. But it's no place in a tournament.
And they used them like regularly, and they had like a pretty crazy items list too.
Ridiculous things would constantly happen. You know, you grab a Pokeball, like, you don't know what's in there.
Hearing the stories about the tournament, items definitely had an effect on the outcome. So we wanted a tournament like on our turf with our rules, where we still had Ken and Isaiah represented, and prove to them that basically on our home turf with our rules, you can't beat us.
They wanted, you know, West Coast players to come over there. Obviously, like, the only 2 West Coast players they wanted to come over there was me and Isaiah.
We wanted revenge.
Here we are off to the tourney. It's my buddy Ken. It sucks. Oh, doesn't. Chops. I don't know who this is. Right?
It's a Mexican guy.
Yeah. American Legion. Nobody here.
It was just like the place. There was nothing around. There was just like no food places around. It's just where the tournament was.
There's my partner practicing. Who are these people? Oh, it's Joshua! How was the drive?
Good stuff.
I was just so excited. Like, look at all these people from all over the country come to play Melee. DA showed up in full force. We even had a couple Canada people.
I think that's the first time I actually met husband and wife too.
Right here! The newlyweds. I saw your picture. This is my... That's wicked! That's awesome!
There's a counterpart to my wife, yeah, husband, of course, which has been very difficult over the years. I can't tell you how many times I've had to explain to someone that I'm not gay. I'm not in a gay relationship, it's just a thing. The Newlyweds was a TV show with Nick and Jessica, and that was part of it, but also Peach wears a white wedding dress, and she looks like a bride, and so it was silly.
Is this Chillin? Or no? That's not. Is it Chillin? Awesome. He's running this whole deal. He's got the money in his hand.
When Game Over happened, I was 14, so I mean, I was still very young during this entire thing.
Where'd you guys come from?
New York City.
New York City? Good to meet you. Trying to meet everyone here. Sorry to shove the camera in your face.
I'm gonna own everyone here today.
You're gonna kick some fucking ass. Who's this?
Samantha.
Samantha?
Yeah.
Are you playing?
Yeah.
Who are you using? Oh my god, it's Mike. I'm Mike from Canada. How you doing?
Good.
In the days before YouTube, Mike and the Punch Crew were one of the only video options in town, and they shared a sophisticated commentary on the game itself. Mostly sophisticated.
Give him the stick! Don't give him the stick! They haven't heard of you guys.
What? Punch Crew?
What happened? Ouch!
The internet, as well as the community, was still very young.
All around the room quiet. They talk all this shit on the internet, and they, in person, it's just like,
Anyone in the community, you have like two personalities. You have like their online personality, and then when you meet them in person.
There's a lot of talk online, you know that? And when I play them in person, they're not like that.
That's how it is. They want to draw you here, that's all.
The first teams tournament came on. The East Coast at the time weren't too big on teams. They didn't really care. It's all about singles. So Isaiah and I just like stomped through that whole entire bracket. We owned him.
I'm pretty sure no one took a game off them. Winners finals happened, and that was just brutal. Like, Azen and Anden got decimated by Ken and Isaiah, and it was never really close. Teams did have the $300 pot bonus, which is mainly why Ken and Isaiah came, I think, knowing that they had teams pretty much in the bag.
After Anden's like, okay, so there you got what you wanted. Now it's time for, you know, singles and whatnot.
It took the longest time to actually get singles started because I had to write the whole bracket out by hand. H2L was all doing well. That encouraged me, just knowing that, you know, my crew is legit. I was just focused on running the tournament for a while until I saw that I had to fight Ken.
The match was crazy because I can remember, like, at first we were playing on a little screen.
Take one life off. Ken versus Chillin.
I remember playing Azen's Marth in friendlies a lot that week in preparation, and I would get up throw uppers a lot, but I never got them as much as during that first match against Ken. Okay, this strategy is really, really good, and I should probably be using this like at all times.
The Chillin is simply this: you throw somebody upwards and then hit them with an up air. Do you want me to repeat it so you can get that? Or
J-Tanic was getting really hyped for me, and that just started to draw a crowd. I can think of very few times in my Melee career where I've been like, oh yeah, I really like the fact that the crowd was in my ear, you know?
I did like a really good combo on him. I threw him up and I smashed him across the screen.
Oh shit. Shit.
All I had to do was smash him out.
Oh my god. Missing everything.
He came back.
At that point, I'm freaking out.
Oh.
I hit him with neutral air, send him off. I see him coming back, and this is a situation I'd seen so many times with Azen, so I knew what was going to happen, and I just wave dash back, let him put out a forward air, and up smashed him.
Up smash.
I'd never felt like that good, like ever probably. That might have been like the highlight of my life to that point.
I was never used to losing. I mean, that was a major shock that I can't believe I actually lost too when I lost to Chillin dude.
When someone told me like not too long after that, like, yo, that was Ken's first loss in the bracket, I'm like, oh my god.
It was so close. Like I could have done so many things differently. Got a little bit more sleep or something the night before, a little bit of food or something. I could have definitely beaten him. But it was, I lost, and the worst part was that I lost to Chillin dude.
It turned me from like just this guy that plays Melee for fun to like an actual pro player, in my opinion. After I beat Ken at that point in Winners, pretty much all of us in H2IL thought Isaiah was the beast. We all thought Ken was just, you know, the overhyped, not very good, like decent, but, you know, overhyped. And Isaiah was like really, really good, just based on watching his matches and playing him and stuff.
The San Jose native couldn't help but attract attention. He used the wildest, most unwieldy character in the game, but unlike everyone else who tried, Isaiah made him look good. In Winners Finals, Azen was waiting for him.
Azen versus Isaiah was like one of the first insanely high-level Melee matches where you can watch it and just see the level of like mind games going on. At that point, Azen had beat Isaiah, I'd beat Ken. You know, we thought, you know, we had pretty much taken it. But the thing that really killed us was that we were focused on Isaiah. Like, Isaiah's a problem here. Let's talk about how to beat Isaiah. But Ken ended up coming back through losers and, you know, just going on a rampage.
I was determined. I had the eye of the tiger.
You know, he beat Dave, he beats Isaiah, and now at the time we're thinking, okay, Isaiah just let Ken win for some reason because Isaiah's a lot better.
I felt more comfortable, and then I fought Chillin dude again.
I wasn't nearly as focused, which had slightly to do with the time and how late it was, and I'd been running the tournament all day.
I beat the shit out of him. Like, I took him out.
Even at that point, I still didn't think, you know, Ken was, you know, anything crazy. We'll see what happens, but Azen should, you know, wrap this up pretty quick. It's 2 sets, you know. Just never let up. And I mean, Azen's not the type to do that either, but Azen didn't have as much of a game plan going in. Like, if he had played Ken in more friendlies or had just expected Ken to come out, he might have had a better game plan ready and things might have gone different, but Ken did end up coming all the way back and taking it.
And Azen was, oh man, Azen was sad. Like, I saw his face, he was sad. Like, I would be sad too, but I mean, he was representing the East Coast at the time. I mean, I pulled the impossible again and I managed to come out on top.
You could tell at times like he was upset about his play or something like that, but he did a very good job of hiding it.
No word could better describe Azen than unassuming. He is loath to accept his greatness. For all the games that he's good at besides just Melee, where he holds these world records in a game that he just picked up just because he's Azen, not only is he just mellow and kind of goes with the flow, you know, because he doesn't really want to put up a fight, I think he really wants to do everything you say. You know, it's like, hey Azen, do you want to play Smash for 12 hours in a row and not eat? I do. But it's not just about the game. Hey, Azen, let's take a road trip to Michigan. Azen, let's put on show tunes. We're going to sing Little Mermaid. And we did sing Little Mermaid. And all those 12, 14-hour trips to the Midwest. He's great company and a great guy.
Dang, man, we gonna lose the Japs. Man, we scared of the Japs.
The players in different countries in emerging scenes like America and Japan didn't actually verse much at all or integrate in any way, so we didn't have a clear indication of which country was better. But from watching the videos, the Japanese were far more impressive in their technical aspects and their creativity. There was, I guess, a realization that Japan players were probably at the forefront of the metagame at the time, and Captain Jack was the person who was promoting the Japanese scene.
The question remained, Japan or America? For some, the issue was already settled, but with TG6 around the corner, Matt Deasy saw an opportunity. He invited a few of the top Japanese players to compete in the States, including the formidable Captain Jack.
Azen went to that, Chu went to that.
That was a great tournament.
To be honest, when we were having those back and forths, who's the second best in H2IL, it was most often Chu, more so than any of the rest of us.
In addition to being the first international tournament, TG6 would finally put an end to an annoying West Coast practice.
I remember a match that I saw at TG5 where it was Eddie the Ganondorf player.
Matt Deasy, he lost several matches because of items. One of them was to me. It was a Sizor. I remember this too. I hit one Pokeball and it was like a Firebird and he was caught in it. And then I hit him with another Pokeball and knocked him back in the Firebird. And then the Sizor came out and took him off and he was just like...
And after that, Matt Deasy said, F this, no more items. So he took out items for TG6. I was playing friendlies against Captain Jack the day before the tournament just to see, you know, the difference of the skill level between Japanese and American.
Captain Jack's Bowser beat Ken Smart. I was like, what? Who is this guy? This guy's Japanese. He's like really, really good.
I just couldn't kill him. I just didn't understand why I couldn't kill him. Like every single time I'd smash him at like 100%, he'd live. And that was actually the first time I actually learned about DI.
DI, or directional influence, is the ability of the player to influence their trajectory if hit by an opponent. If mastered, this simple skill can keep you alive, where other players would easily perish.
The ability that there is directional influence, DI, it doesn't even become a contest for the players that know what they're doing.
It's just the back of my head like, DI, DI, DI. And that totally threw off my game. You know, I played Sasta for like 3rd round. I was letting him hit me, I was trying to DI, and then I ended up ultimately losing the match.
And most people, I assume, are thinking, okay, game over, repeat, he's just going to sweep through losers, and then DSF actually took him out in losers.
It was a bad ride home, too. Like, that was the first time I didn't win singles, I know.
Even though we ideally would like to see Azen fight Ken again, because that's just always an epic match, this really opens the door for Azen to take it.
I fought Isaiah with my Ice Climbers and I beat him. I beat him really, really, like, I don't want to say badly, but like I 2-stalked him.
Chu beat Isaiah not only in winners but again in losers. 2-0 both times, just showing like dominance over Isaiah, which no one had ever done.
Everybody was like, oh man, who is this? Look at this Ice Climber player.
Other than Azen and Ken, there wasn't anyone who could really touch Isaiah, or so we thought. And then all of a sudden Chu comes in with this considered low tier at the time character, Ice Climbers. Like, he single-handedly probably moved up Ice Climbers 10 spots just based on that performance.
I fight Captain Jack. I lose to Captain Jack.
It set up Azen versus Captain Jack, and I'm on the phone with Chu while the finals is happening. I remember getting so pissed off that literally everyone in the venue, it seemed like, was cheering for Captain Jack. I'm like, come on guys, I know Azen's East Coast, but can you support your country? Once Azen won, like, I mean, that was it. I remember putting in my SIG, like, congrats to Azen, best player in the world, or something like that. Like, I was just like, okay, this is it. Azen's the best in the world. He just proved it.
People were talking about, you know, how good Azen is. Best in the world now, not because, you know, he beat everybody, but because he also beat a Japanese player. But, I mean, he still won. You know, he still won, so congrats to Azen for that tournament.
He doesn't get too excited, but, you know, he was definitely really happy about it. He had his big-ass trophy that he brought home on the plane. He was showing that off, so he was pretty excited about that.
We European players know almost everything about American players. A bit like how European basketball fans follow the NBA all the time. It's a bit the same thing, and it's really amazing to suddenly meet all the people, you know, and it's crazy.
Armada cheering alongside Captain Jack.
I'm sitting there doing commentary next to Doggy Sandwich.
No, yeah. Those guys. Shout out to wait, what?
These murmurs start echoing through the crowd. Isaiah, Isaiah, and you know, eventually we get word of this. They're trying to get Isaiah up. The hype was building that entire time. It's like you put a lid over a boiling pot, and eventually it's going to bubble over. So the crowd is chanting his name, and eventually he walks in, and everyone's just looking around like, this is going to be Isaiah versus Captain Jack in the year 2012. This is like the best moment of my life. And then the match begins.
Okay, here we go. This is Isaiah against Captain Jack. You know, I always wanted to do this. Isaiah! That's pretty bad.
You need to wait for him to do something, though. Right now, he's just kind of rolling around, getting slapped in the face.
He's not getting hit. Oh, he's getting hit with needles.
I was say, what? He got slapped. All right. Captain Jack just constantly charging needles and throw them at Isaiah.
Isaiah's remembering how to play this game.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
He literally just got off of Smash 64, so he probably needs to remember some things, you know.
When he wants to, he's going to turn up the jets. That didn't happen.
So, you know, Isaiah, he's done this before. He's just sat around and then just gone in someone. All these needles, all these stocks. Don't get four stock, Isaiah. Don't get four stock.
Please don't.
Don't get hit.
I don't believe you, Isaiah.
The crowd is stunned.
That was
in hindsight, that was as Isaiah as anything Isaiah's ever done.
Last time we got a shake, it wasn't that good.
Really?
It was okay.
What kind of shake you get?
Yeah, strawberry. I'm gonna get smoothie this time though. My favorite food is in Manhattan. I'm gonna get that soon.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. It's wursts and sausages. You know, the one I get is called the Joseph Stalin Dictator Special. Yeah. The Dictator Special, you can't choose the kind of wurst that you get. But the Democracy Special, you could pick. Yeah, I think that one costs more. But just play video games. Super Mario World. Oh, the Ninja Turtles game. Yeah. Turtles in Time. Yeah. Final Fight 2.
That's right. That was when you had to go rescue the girl, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Did you have a good family life when you were growing up?
My family's not really close. My parents divorced when I was 10. My mom had to work a lot, so she could never be around us too much. But my dad would always take us to like the beach or outside to the creek when we were like little kids.
That's cool. What is it about 64 that keeps you playing it after all these years?
Just something I really like doing, you know?
Yeah.
Like hiking. You know, I'll be hiking for the rest of my life.
Nice.
Kind of like that. Yeah. Might be playing the game until there's no one else left other than me, then I might stop.
Azen and I were, you know, on an epic quest to like go to as many tournaments as we can to support each other. You know, after every tournament, we would end up splitting the money so we can travel to the next tournament. They're all underground. Not many players that enter. We weren't making too much money, but enough to get us to the next tournament and hopefully make more money.
By the middle of 2004, the competitive Melee scene was getting big. New tournaments were larger, better run, with bigger cash prizes attracting top players from across the country. New York's Smash for Cash, MDVA's Getting Schooled, and Melee FC, hosted by the Kish brothers of South Bend, Indiana.
Misunderstood enthusiasts living an extraordinary existence for cash.
The very first FC was amazing because I think that was like the second or third time that Ken and Azen had met each other. Like that rivalry was really starting to heating up at that point.
I didn't get to go to FC, and I was really regretting it because it ended up being huge and like a massive success. And the top three was Ken, Azen, and Isaiah again, which was crazy.
I think those three in particular, Ken, Azen, and Isaiah, were just a level or two above everybody else, just absolutely without question.
FC also gave birth to a new type of group competition, known as a crew battle. Kish Squared had seen something similar in animes like Yu Yu Hakusho and Flame of Recca, and wanted to try it as an event in Melee. A crew of players would pool their stocks together and compete against other crews, planning lineups and character selections to counter opposing lineups. At FC, a West Coast crew lined up to face an East Coast crew for the first time.
The West Coast crew ended up being Ken, Isaiah, Mike and Jared from Canada, and me. I went first against Wes and did all right. After me came Jared. He got a stock or two from Wes, but then he lost all of his also. Then was Mike from Canada. He finally eliminated Wes, and then he had to fight Oro's Samus. He lost too many stocks against Wes to really be able to make much of a dent in Oro. So then it was just Ken and Isaiah against Oro's last stock, husband and wife, and Dave and Azen. And so Isaiah just went into beast mode. He went try hard. It was absolutely ridiculous to just see him just plow through like the entire East Coast.
The Falcon wasn't a very well-used character back then. The aggressiveness and the speed and the combos and everything that goes with that character, scary. So it was probably more scary than a lot of other players just because he used Falcon, just because he was going to knee you 3 times and kill you in like one crazy combo. People weren't really used to that back then.
He's one of the most technical old school players I know, like till this day. Like he's even more technical than Ken or everyone. It's just that, so sometimes he'd be over aggressive and that'll probably be his downfall.
Falcon players, they don't play to win, they play to have fun.
Show me your moves.
Everyone cheers for the Falcon player. Isaiah's like, he has all the technical stuff from 64, but it doesn't look like he was trying to win back when he was playing his fight. He was just trying to like please the crowd.
Isaiah, he's a weird guy.
I know Dan has told me like he would just send him a random instant message. So what's a Krabby Patty? Like
we have conversations with him. He can like kind of predict what you're gonna say. So when you say hi, and he's like no. And I was like okay.
He was just very goofy, very shy. He would say like a couple words, but they'd always make you laugh. He used to have this guy called Mr. Happy. I don't know if you heard about this.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about, yeah.
Just this massage tool that he had. It was just like this weird back massage, and like he'd just be like, "Oh, I brought Mr. Happy," and he'd just like massage your back for a minute.
Some people say no, but he'll still force it on you.
There's 2 from Isaiah. That feels good.
It felt good. I'm not gonna lie.
People loved him for that because it was different. It was unique.
I have 2 friends. I could have more friends, but the people I talk to are Smash people.
Right.
And they live far away, you know? It's not as easy. You can't hang out so easily. Don't talk to too many people from Melee after I stopped playing.
It just stopped being fun for you?
Yeah. Stopped being fun.
Competitive Melee had grown to the point where business opportunities were becoming hard to ignore. Among a few failed startups, one company outshone all the rest and helped to begin a new era for Smash.
When I stepped in the room, I bring the heat like the month of June.
It was a new business opening up, Major League Gaming. They wanted to pick out some popular games to add to the roster. Usually at tournaments, I'd have to win doubles and singles to get like $800. If I was just to win singles alone, that's $1,000.
They had a legit amount of prize money with these extra goodies for winning as well.
There was MLG girls going around, you know, giving hugs and whatnot.
They had all these like hot chicks lined up, giving out goodies. Like we took our pictures with them, which I thought was awesome at the time.
You know, it felt good because it was the first step out of the underground tournament scene.
Are you going to use that footage for...
Who's he teaming with?
I don't.
Vans?
Yeah.
Not Vans like the Beach player. Vans like, she's a girl. Oh, really? Yeah. Wow, I thought it was a Beach player.
Oh, I've seen it.
That Asian chick?
I mean,
yeah.
Remember her?
Vaguely.
Oh.
She went to Super Chat combo. Yeah, I remember her barely. She has glasses? Yeah.
Welcome back to episode 3 of the MLG Vidcast. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, coming at you from the MLG studios here in New York City.
My favorite part about teams is how good it feels when you win, because you guys did it together and you worked together to do it.
You always have to be there. You can't be a selfish player and sit there and camp all day.
The first individual that comes to my mind when I think about amazing teams players is Isaiah.
If you've seen Isaiah, what he does best is he is always there for Ken.
It's just Isaiah just tearing a hole through everything in his path.
Isaiah is, without question, the best teams player to ever play the game. I don't think anyone would challenge that. And when you put him in a team with the best singles player at the time, it was absolutely daunting, and playing them was ridiculous. Because they would play with Marth Falcon, and if you somehow found a way to get the edge over Marth Falcon, they just play Marth Sheik, and then it was just stupid. Isaiah's Sheik is dumb, is stupid, is ridiculous. You feel like he's breaking the game, and it's not even any fun to play against. He gets you by the balls and doesn't let you go.
Isaiah grabbed forehand to get combo off. Oh no, they missed the up throw. Hungrybox can really die easily at this percent, so can PC. Oh no, here goes PC. And it's King versus Isaiah. King versus Isaiah. Crazy close. Oh, here's the grab. Oh, and Isaiah goes for the up air. And he missed. Oh!
Huge comeback, huge comeback.
Huge comeback by Ken and Isaiah. And they won the 5th match against PC. Chris.
I love this room.
Isn't it great?
No one but us. You know, not like hundreds of loud people. You know, just peaceful. You know what? New Jersey has some good tap water. Way better than San Jose.
Did you like San Jose?
Yeah, I do like San Jose. Yeah. Especially now because all the hills on hiker. Yeah. And NorCal is good because year round you have to worry about a bunch of snow or bears. You don't have to worry about bears. You might have to worry about mountain lions, but I've never seen one.
Yeah, I always imagined myself fighting off a mountain lion.
Yeah, I do that too. I imagine myself kicking a mountain lion off like a cliff. And I was saving a little girl from the mountain lions. Yeah.
That is awesome.
I daydream a lot. I think of things happening that haven't happened. Like I pretend they're happening. Yeah. Like I pretend I'm talking to someone. Yeah. You think some people just naturally get along? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
I hate it when like you're really into someone, but the other person doesn't really care. Yeah, it sucks.
Do you know why Isaiah is so good on teams? When there's someone else on the line, he will play his heart out. But in singles, you don't see that from Isaiah. You don't. It's not choking. He just doesn't care.
He has that capability to be the best player on that day. But if he doesn't want to tap into that, if he doesn't want to harness it, it's a futile battle.
Almost never gave it his all in singles, especially after the first few years, you know, Game Over, FC, things like that he would try at, but the MLGs, he started giving less and less of a crap about singles as time went on.
Isaiah is definitely the player that created like sandbagging to the extent it reached, because he would intentionally lose to like really bad players.
Eventually got to the point where like people didn't even consider Isaiah a threat in singles, not because he wasn't good, because he never tried.
He just didn't care, I guess. He'd go like Peach on like Poke Floats. That was intentionally him just deciding, oh, I'll let this guy win.
Sometimes I think that Isaiah didn't want to take the victory away from the person across from him. I think he'd rather lose and see the next person win than win himself and see the person across from him bummed out.
Isaiah's too shy though. I spend all this time with him.
As with Azen, similar, very quiet people. I don't know that crippling is fair, but certainly a shyness that just absolutely changed the way he went through life and the way he went through the Smash community.
What's your name?
Why you get scared? Look at the camera, dog.
Where are you from?
Because I'm too lazy to talk.
Yo, your brother destroyed me. It wasn't even like funny. It was just sad. It was just sad.
I definitely don't know really what's inside him. I don't know how many people do, but I get the feeling that he's hiding a certain amount of his personality, and I have often suspected that he always hid a little bit of pain. And I don't know that, you know, I don't know his story really, but I do think it's interesting. His tag is little known where it came from. Isai is how you would pronounce that, but it's just, Isaiah is just kind of what he's called, and it sounds like it's this thing that it's not. And the tag he puts on his, on Melee when he plays, the girl that he likes, a girl we don't really know a lot about.
Yeah, there's someone here I want to be friends with.
Yeah?
Yeah, but I don't think she wants to be friends with me.
Really? Was it your playing partner?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. How do you know she doesn't want to be friends with you?
Just the way she acts around me.
Yeah.
I have low self-confidence. Yeah. I'm always nervous when I talk in front of people.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Public speaking is the #1 fear phobia in the country.
Yeah, people like to say that. I'll say that's the #1 response to that fear.
Even as the team of Ken and Isaiah continued undefeated, their singles careers slowly diverged. Besides an anomalous 9th place finish at TG6, Ken continued to place first at every major tournament he attended. By the end of 2004, Ken had won the MLG National Championship in New York and was the #1 ranked player in the country. But for Isaiah, the singles bracket was becoming a burden.
He's very weird in the aspects of competing in 1v1. He doesn't really want to try too hard. Every single time I beat him, I usually would apologize and be like, oh, sorry, Isaiah, or something like that, you know, because I know he's not always playing his best against me or anybody that he likes or his friends he would play his best against.
The two teammates stepped into 2005 and the first tournament of the year, an independent major based out of Dallas, Texas, called The Most. It would be a notable tournament for several reasons. The state-of-the-art projector, the stadium-like seating for the finals, and for the first time ever, Isaiah would give it his all against Ken.
I don't think the East Coast players wanted to go to that, so it was basically me and Isaiah against the Midwest and Caveman, Rob, and Zulu.
Cave and Rob and Bunny were our best players, and so we'd have them fight Ken and Isaiah to see if they could do something. And they could not do it. So we had Ken and Isaiah finals. The winner of most three got a cape. It was a black cape, and there was a big, like, silver kind of sword design on the back of it. And so I think Isaiah really won that cape, because he played to win.
It was unbelievable. I felt like they were both playing really well, and it was like the first like really hyped finals, like people doing crazy stuff. Everyone usually kind of played scared in finals, and they were just going at it.
It was just sort of like these two people were just like so above the rest of us, like mere mortals, like putting on an exhibition.
Coming out from a 2-0 deficit, the odds are never in your favor.
This girl was there, you know, one of his Smash 64 friends. I think her name is Melissa. That's why he always had the tag of Mel.
You know, sometimes you have an additional reason to put a little extra.
Melissa was actually cheering him on. And I really think like if she actually went to every tournament and supported Isaiah in like his singles career, he would probably be the best. He became a Super Saiyan in that tournament.
That was like Smash was moving along like this, and then like people saw that and like that's possible to game, then like the curve of the game grew, like people started getting so good so fast, and it's probably all because of that set. Now it's kind of standard, I guess, as a Falcon player, but back then like we never saw people moving around like that, and everyone used to love watching him. People would just talk about him playing, like we just talk about Isaiah for like 2 hours, and that seemed to be the case with New York. Like Ken was known as the best, but we'd always talk about Isaiah.
Yeah, life can be tough. I haven't had a tough life though. I've had an easy life. That's why I think I'm really sensitive. It's because I've had an easy life. Yeah, nothing's really like toughing me up. I've been getting better though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Slowly, yeah. Take maybe like a few more years. Some things take more practice than others to be good at. Yeah.
After most 3, Isaiah for the most part returned to his old ways, but his spectacular performance against his teammate and the #1 ranked Smasher turned him into a legend. When asked by those seeking advice, Isaiah responded simply with a phrase which would soon become a mantra: "Don't get hit."
I used to have a shirt that said it. Wait, I might still have it.
Did you really?
I don't know if I still have it. I would not be surprised if it's gone.
He has this thing about him where, at least in his prime, it seemed like he could literally pick when he wanted to win. Like he could just decide, okay, now I want to win, and he could win that match if he felt like it. I'm sure like a lot of old school players will tell you this as well. He had this kind of aura about him that just seemed unbeatable if he felt like it, which, you know, didn't happen too often. But that's also why he was such a monster in teams, because he always tried in teams, you know, because I guess he didn't want to let his teammate down or whatever.
In the future, what do you see yourself doing?
Still be hiking, playing SSB, hopefully making friends.
I think we got a lot.
Yeah, you think you got all you need?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, this is me, Isaiah, Smash guy, I guess.
Ken is a villain. Ken is a villain. I have to say that with certainty.
I mean, he's kind of outspoken.
He was rude and he was selfish.
A little bit, but I think he's a nice guy at heart too.
He was a dick.
Early on, Sultan of Samtu was the best Falco on the West Coast, and he'd go online and talk mad trash. Mad trash.
He was a guy that like was a little bit arrogant online and, you know, would kind of mouth off to people.
Is that the best you can do?
It's like, oh, I'm the best. You use Marth. Marth sucks. He's not even top tier. And I actually went through pages and pages of Smashboards to the point where I'm like, dude, let's money match. Once I get to TG4, let's money match $50. Everybody cleared the stages, and Matt Deasy had a big screen TV, and I played Salt in the Samitude. I actually found out before that you can toss Falco and Fox up in the air and then re-grab them and toss them like a hacky sack and just keep on doing it over and over. I beat Sam, and he shut up. After TG4, Matt Deasy released a DVD about it, and most of the East Coast players actually bought a copy or two, and they were laughing at us. They're like, oh, look at him. He's an idiot. All he does is move back and forth, like he was dashing back and forth. You know, why would he dash back and forth when he can wave dash? You know, I was still new in the community. I didn't wave dash at the time. All I knew how to do was dash back and forth, and that eventually became dash dancing.
Just dashing around waiting for the person to make a mistake and grabbing them was a very effective strategy, combined with his ability to aggressively attack well when openings presented themselves.
That's like the weird part about Ken, that like he's just such an aggro Marth. When you usually play Marths, they're more of a spacing character. Like they try to bait you in and they dash away and grab you. Like they're always trying to play the space game with you. But like with him, he would just be all over you.
I've seen Ken, I've seen his mind games. His mind games are like sickening. He knows what you're gonna do already. He knows when you're gonna come in.
He just really puts so much pressure on you, just like running up to you, making you roll, grabbing you, like just baiting you to do things. He'd get you scared because like a Marth is like intimidating being right next to you.
I saw the Ken combo and I was like,
when you did a forward air with Marth, they would fly up. And then you can do a down air after that and they'd fly down. people started catching on to that and calling it out every single time I would do that.
There's a reason why he was like the most dominant smasher.
My name's Hugo. They would call me Huggies, Huggles, just crap like that. So then I just took on the name Hugs. I mean, there's no reason, deeper reason other than that. We actually thought we were already the best in the world, like a lot of people do. We saw the videos, we thought they were fine, but we still thought we could beat them. So we show up to our first tournament, which was bi-weekly at Ken's house. I knew about him. I thought I would beat him the first tournament I went to. Didn't work out the way. In fact, I lost to his younger sister. 14 years old, and I remember Ken and his brother sitting at the couch watching me lose to his little sister. So it was a reality check. It was embarrassing, but I didn't. It made me want to play more.
They saw the bi-weeklies as an opportunity to bond and figure out who would be a part of their crew or their alliance. He wanted someone that could support him because he wasn't the most popular person in the Smash community at the time, despite his achievements. It's the underdog mentality. Go for the player who's not the best. Cheer them on. Make an upset happen. I think for the whole year I was doing the bi-weeklies with them. By the end of it, they did consider me part of their family. He would always call me up in 3am saying like, "Hey KO, you want to play Smash?"
I met some of the people who ran MLG. They're like, "Oh yeah, we want to make this big." And I was all for it. I was all for competitiveness.
With his West Coast alliance, Ken dominated every MLG he went to. The question no one seemed to be able to answer was, who could possibly stop Ken?
I would force myself to out-cancel 50 times in a row without missing it. And then it would be, you know, Dash Dancer or whatever it was. And it was a lot of just training and getting better. And I had a notebook where I made notes and I would watch videos. It was very serious for me, and it was a very conscious, specific, directed effort at becoming better.
The newlyweds, husband and wife, formed the core of Team Ben, a crew of ambitious Maryland and Virginia players looking to make a name for themselves. In 2005, they took a step in the right direction by teaming up with videographer Eric Reichenbach, or, as he came to be known, Bach.
Kevin, how was your night last night?
Hey, but I'm filming my night last night.
Oh!
Bach's well-produced montages and documentary videos became the gold standard for Smashers, showing the world what these tournaments were all about, and putting Team Ben front and center.
You hear me, Florida? You are going down. I'm going to stand on the edge of Georgia and lift you up and throw you into the ocean. That's what I'm going to do. You are going to be gone.
818, 818.
You see that? I'm nuts.
Alright, what's 501? There it is.
Hey, easy on the camera, dude.
Eating without us.
Check this out. I got 2 plates. How ritzy is that?
I am the Marth Slayer. I don't lose to Marth. Okay, let's just be clear about that. I don't lose to Marth. Kevin, husband, and I have been playing video games together since we were 7, and our synergy is very important. He's my #1 practice partner. Kevin is also a douchebag, which is important to the story because when you're playing Kevin, he won't let you stop playing until he wins. And he will not. Okay, we can be about to go to a party or a movie or to sleep, it doesn't matter. We don't stop playing until Kevin realizes why he's losing. And so if Kevin and I are playing Marth Peach, Marth Peach, Marth Peach, March Peach, I want to play Sheik for a little while. Nope. Let's go catch that movie, we're going to miss it. Nope. Sit down and keep playing till I win. Okay, because he wants to get better. He's got that drive in him. And he's a jerk. It's a combination of the both. It's a fantastic combination. He's very stubborn, though. And so Kevin and I played endless amounts of Marth Peach, so I know everything that Marth can do. Nothing surprises me. It was my destiny to play Ken. It was my destiny because we were rivals as people and because I was the Marth Slayer. And it finally happened that at MLG Atlanta, I was pitted against him. So I walked over to his TV and I said, Ken, we got to play. And he was like, rrr. And I was like, no, you don't understand. This is destiny. We play right now. So I sit him down. Marth Peach. He trashes me, trashes me, trashes me. Then I do some ridiculous combos and I win the first match. Done. He makes the error of staying Marth. Same thing, he had a 2-stack lead on me, but when I'm playing Marth, I don't get nervous. I'm about to beat him and 3-0 at an MLG. Big deal. Third match, he pitches to go to Fox, as if I don't eat Fox as well. So I'm eating him. It's going great. I'm up 2-stack to 1, and he's ready to go. One good ledge guard will do it, no problem. He kills me, and then it's 1-stack to 1-stack, and then he pulls the what I now call the Pokemon Stadium combo, where he's kind of moving me upwards, up air. Maybe there's a second up air, I don't know, but a third one would have killed me. But Fox can't reach Peach at that level, so I didn't even bother to DI or to air dodge or anything because Fox can't reach there. But Ken, that resourceful son of a bitch, jumped on the windmill and then got me on the top level. And I died. I was furious, and that was it. That was my glory. And then I do start to get nervous, which is terrible. I don't know why I went back to Marth. I guess because they did pretty well against this Fox, but he beat me. I don't really know how. I guess it was the nerves, but I consider it a fluke because I don't lose to Marth. And the final match was on Mute City. It was on Mute City, and I was doing well, as a Peach should on Mute City, and I was up again 2-stack to 1.
You're up. One more. Just get some percent. That's all you need.
All I had to do was just finish him off. I was so nervous at this point. I've never been so nervous in my life. My hands were physically shaking. They were covered with sweat and they were shaking, and I couldn't play, and I'm sorry to John. I know that I am. I was clumsy and I must have been obvious, and he beat me.
God damn, I fucking suck. Good games.
And I threw my controller and I screamed and I dropped a couple of F-bombs, and I know that Hugs taunted me about that for a long time. It was my match to lose, and I did, and it was very tough. I can't go back and watch the matches on YouTube. It's just too painful. But I do think things would have been different for me if I beat him. I think everything would have been different.
Azen, you did fantastic this tournament. I know it was a real heartbreaker to lose to Ken in the second set on the 5th match, but you won $1,000 for second place. I'd really like to hear about your match with Ken in the finals, in the winners' finals, 1 versus 1.
It was like I was facing Neo. Because he had all the mind games. He knew everything I was going to do.
If you look at tournament records alone, obviously Ken almost always got the better of him. But some of the matches were very close, and there might have been somewhat of a psychological edge Ken had at some point, that Azen was just like, oh my god, like I always come so close but I can't beat him.
I'm here at MLG Atlanta with Ken and Isaiah, the winners of the doubles for the Eastern Regional Conference. Husband and wife both gave you guys runs for your money.
I don't think the newlyweds were playing, or I don't think they were that great. Honestly, they're all talk mostly.
Ken and Isaiah, they said that they were not impressed with you guys, and they said they're going to annihilate you next time instead of just a close victory.
When the set was over, Ken said to me, you had no chance. Ooh, ooh. But that's the kind of thing that makes a person want to get better. That's exciting. It gives life a little flavor. You know, Fight Club, when they're asked to start fights and how difficult it is to actually start a fight, how much can you know about yourself you've never been in a fight? How much can you know about yourself you never had a nemesis? You have a person who's your opposite, who you need to go against, someone who really wants to see you fall. It took people out of a comfort zone, which I think was important. And especially gamers who aren't getting in fights at bars, you know, but it was an outlet to find a place to prove yourself, and you could do that with your controller.
There's always going to be some players out there that love to stir up controversy and claim that they're the best, and if they can't say that they're that good, they want to be able to say, well, at least my side of the country's the best.
In like 2004 through like 2006, there was definitely like this East Coast versus West Coast rivalry. It seemed like, you know, the West Coast always had the better players, but we felt like New York and the East Coast in general had just so many like good, solid players. So we thought like a crew battle would be the best thing to hype it up.
The Kishes had come up with the idea of the crew battle somewhat recently to that, and they're like, okay, FC is perfect for this.
Yo, we're going to FC3. Hells yeah.
Tired and hungry, bro.
Tired and hungry. Tired and hungry, like every other poor black man.
It is a game-crazed community that stretches around the world, and today, 200 members of this online gaming community are causing a melee in the gym of Trinity Evangelical Free Church in South Bend.
It was just like a Smash experience. It wasn't just a tournament because the church was the venue as well as where you're sleeping. It was just an insane amount of interaction between Smashers at all times. Like it was just loads of fun.
No one knows that I'm like a real practical pranker. While they sleeping, I put powder in their face. There was one time like Azen, he's like a heavy sleeper. I put like almost half the bottle on his head.
Most of what they did was in good fun. There were definitely times Wes would take it overboard. Some of the things he did with like the man sauce.
I remember actually like hearing about the man because they would post it on Smashboards in like big bold red letters, and they're like they just called him a really good Roy player, and he's like unstoppable. I guess because he has the fire.
It's a really hot sauce. It's not like you could pour it, you have to scoop it out with a spoon.
I was like mad at first. I'm like, dude, who the hell is the man? I bet he's not that good. I'd kick his ass.
While people are sleeping, I'll put a little man sauce on their lip.
I got a little bit of the man at FC. It was not fun.
Everyone who was everyone was at this tournament. And I even remember when we read off the bracket, one of the hosts said, you know, I can't think of a single person we're missing.
There was 4 regions, East Coast, South, Midwest, and West Coast.
Whoever won this was the best region.
Surprise, surprise, it was West Coast versus East Coast for the championship.
Like there's already trash talking going on, but when something like that happens, like there's hype.
The pressure was so serious before that we had one of our starters drop out due to nervousness. Mike G actually came up and said the same thing. He's like, dude, I don't think I can do this either, man. We're like, dude, are you serious? Like, is this really that hyped?
High tension, high pressure, a lot of talking crap to everybody. I was in it, I choked. This nigga's scared! This nigga's scared! I still haven't lived that down. That's how funny it is. It's been, what, like 8 years almost? And I still haven't lived it down. Like, people still bring up that crew battle.
Wes was also our captain and the most vocal. And so he's talking shit as he's playing Hugs.
I don't think he was able to take it. Not too many people was able to take trash talk from us at all.
The West Coast players are more calm. When you get to the East Coast players, they're loud, they'll scream.
This is how we do it on the East Coast. It's not easy. Not only do you have to play, but you have to deal with all the pressure of not being good enough or being heckled while you play.
You just have to zone it all out. You just have to focus and zone it all out.
He had one of the earliest really well-developed runaway foxes. So it was a very good, tactic at that time. Crazy Jones was like our secret weapon to neutralize Ken. It worked out perfectly. And then it came down to DSF and Azen. It was just incredible. Like especially just having Azen pull it out was kind of symbolic. It's not like a forever thing. Like, okay, now we're forever better. But at that point, there wasn't much West Coast could say. Like when that came up as an issue on the boards, like they pretty much held their tongue.
I still have the dollar bill, actually, signed by all of West Coast, by every member of the West Coast team. Ken and Isaiah and all of them. They signed the dollar bill, and I keep it near and dear in my bedroom.
After the crew battles were complete, Ken took first place in singles. Even with the combined talent on the East Coast, in a one-on-one matchup, Ken was still the best. But the notoriety of being #1 was beginning to take a toll on the 19-year-old.
I think when you're at the top and when you've been at the top for so long, it's hard to maintain the motivation, it's hard to perform and be, I guess, disciplined in your matchups when everyone's rooting against you.
He was playing a game that he happened to be pretty good at, and all of a sudden people were like angry that he was good at this game.
He found it very inhospitable and he didn't really enjoy traveling at all.
There was 501. There it is. I found it louder.
Ken! He didn't want to do it anymore because he always came to the conclusion that if I go, people are going to yell at me, they're going to trash talk me, I won't feel very good about being there, I'll only have like 3 people to cheer me on, my sisters and not even, Smash friends, and he'll just get really demoralized by the atmosphere.
After years of rivalries and intense competition, Ken needed a different perspective on Smash. A perspective he found from Captain Jack.
How does it feel to be the winner of a major American event?
Captain Jack said that he was hosting a tournament in West Coast Japan. He wanted the top players from America to come over. Isaiah and I are just the only 2 top players that decided to go.
I did it mostly because I just looked at the overall costs and I realized there's no way I can afford going to Japan normally. We were going to get housing for free for over 2 weeks. We were going to get to see Mount Fuji.
For me, it was kind of more like I wanted to travel to Japan and enjoy the culture over there and also get better at Smash and learn their style.
Unbelievable. It was awesome.
It was not like America at all. Everything was really compact.
Went to a lot of the temples, palaces.
And the food was amazing there. Captain Jack's mom was very accommodating. She took care of us, fed us, things like that.
Yakisoba. We're in Japan.
What do you say, Bach? Japanese Denny's?
We're in Japan. We should eat Japanese food.
Every day, at Smash would come over, Captain Jack was like, "Oh, Masashi's coming over today."
Masashi.
Oh,
I think it's Masashi VI. When they play Smash, they play Smash. It's like they play all day, all night, all day, all night. The weakest Japanese player was definitely as strong as our strongest player in America.
How are you feeling about this competition, Ken?
What do you mean? I don't really care. I'm here to enjoy Japan. I think there was around 65 to 80 Japanese players there. And I just wanted to learn, just to learn and take back what I saw at the Jack Iron tournament.
We saw early on when they were making the bracket, Captain Jack told me he was going to have to play Bomb Soldier, and he said, yeah, he's a pretty good player.
Bomb Soldier just came out of nowhere and just started beating all these top Japanese players. I've never seen Falcos move that fast. Do the Falco Pillar combos. I ended up fighting Bomb Soldier in the finals, and that was probably one of the toughest Falcos I've ever fought in my life. After Bach was able to bring back some of the videos from Japan, I think that inspired more Falco players to take Falco to the next level.
Bomb Soldier won the first 2 games, and it quickly became clear that this was going to be a really intense set. Ken had to play pretty seriously. In Japan, the players are so respectful, it's beyond belief. And I know Ken has made that comment many times.
Yeah, there was no shit talk. Everyone was pretty calm and relaxed. It was just how I would imagine a tournament should be.
The players like cheered for him equally as much as they did for their own players. Like when he won the tournament, I mean, they have videos of how ecstatic everyone was, and he was getting support from the Japanese players. Like if that had happened in a crew battle or something in the U.S. And a player from another country won, I don't think they would have gotten that same level of respect. They just want to play the game and have fun.
Yeah, can you go? The best meat ever.
We got to know each other relatively well, and he was a very nice guy. I sometimes didn't understand why people gave him a hard time. I think it was probably because some of the way he acted at times could come across the wrong way.
In America, the scene was big enough, so it was all about, you know, trying to be the best person, trying to like burn bridges, or trying to create or even fabricate rivalries for the sake of it to make yourselves better. He banned people like DSF and Hugs from attending his tournaments because it kind of indirectly set up a rivalry.
He felt like I was out to get him. Like I wanted to be the best, and I wanted to learn from him and then take him out. And that's not what it is. It's like, yeah, I want to learn from you. You are the best. Great, you know? Beat me when I'm good.
It was hard to be diplomatic about it. I think I was cut off from half LA's scene because of my alliance with Ken.
Already commanding, Ken's crew became even more powerful when one of the East Coast's top players began dating his sister and joined the alliance.
I basically pledged my allegiance to the West Coast. You know, Chillin and Azen were all mad at me. They were like, "No, Chew, we don't want to play with you anymore. We don't want to be your friend anymore." They were just like really, really mad at me. You know, I felt kind of sad, but I went to the West Coast, so I got to stick with the West Coast.
He was part of the alliance. He was calling himself sort of like a adopted Californian at the time.
Shortly after that, Azen actually took his first retirement. Like he, took a break from the game for the first time. And since Chew had started, swearing his allegiance to the West Coast, I pretty much was just H2IL by myself.
The scene was changing and changing in Ken's favor. He won the MLG championships for the second straight year and entered his third year of nearly undisputed domination. When EGM ran an article naming the 5 most dangerous gamers, Ken was among them.
I feel like nowadays, there's dominant players, but no one was as dominant as Ken in his time. He just did not lose, simple as that.
As 2006 dawned, the last thing anyone could imagine was a contender for the throne Ken had forged. Least of all, in a wannabe pro skater, hailing from a sleepy New York suburb called Port Chester.
Alpha Zealot, what are you expecting from this matchup?
I'm actually really excited to see this. I think PC Chris is going to stick with Falcon most of the way through.
I went to MLG Anaheim with actually my girlfriend at the time and her friend, 2 people who knew nothing about the game. But we were there, the front row of the bleachers, cheering, and it was one of the few times when Melee has really felt like a real sport.
He wants to stay away from those platforms. He needs to control the bottom middle of the stage. Ooh, excellent forward smash from Ken, and he gets the first kill.
It was accessible to those who didn't know a lot about it. You didn't need to know all the technical terms, but it was a competition. It was a spectator sport.
There we go. PC gets the next kill, but he's in trouble. He's going to have to do something magical here to keep Ken from getting the next kill.
And that's when I really believed that Smash was going somewhere, that it was going to be big and important and mainstream, before it all crashed and burned.
I met them at this tournament in New Jersey. It was in this guy's house. This guy named Kip, he was just beating everyone. I'm like, who the heck is this Asian kid beating everyone like this? He was using Jigglypuff, and he would just do the same thing. He would just do back air, back air, back air, and then he would just beat everyone just like that. The funny thing is I used to always, like, how can I say? I used to beat people, but like beat them kind of like making them feel bad. So then when I fought him, like I would talk crap to him, like stop doing that stuff. And then like I would beat him. After that, he said, you know, watch out for PC Chris. PC Chris is better than me. Like, oh, he is? He's better than me? I was like, so I gotta play this guy.
In high school, I had a group of friends, so we used to skateboard. There was 2 Chris's and posed an immediate problem. I was just Portchester Chris, but like PC just stuck. When I made a gamer tag, I was just like, I don't want to be like Dark Evil Prince 955, like I'll just be PC Chris. We'd all be skateboarding at the same time after school. It was all I did for about basically 4 years, like as a hobby, and then eventually I really broke my thumb terribly badly. I fell while like downstairs and I tried to like break my fall, and the thumb got tucked down behind my hand. You can see how like if I line up the knuckles, that one's like clearly shorter. It kind of like scared me because I never hurt myself, and like I was in a cast. And it was in my right hand, so I couldn't like write in school for a while. I guess like I got tired of falling, so I was like, let's just play Smash. I remember the day that I wanted to get better. For the whole day I was like, okay, I'm gonna beat my friend, because at the time I just could not beat him 1 versus 1. So eventually I was like, well, maybe there's like videos of really good players, maybe we're doing something wrong. It was when Ken was first coming around. I couldn't even understand like what he was doing, because it was just like his character was moving so fast. Like, I just didn't know how it was possible. I didn't even try to aim for him because I was like, this guy's too good. I looked for like somebody more local, somebody I could play with, and Wes from DA was the first person that like I really saw who was really good like in New York.
PC Chris came once he heard about the gauntlets.
We started attending New York tournaments, New Jersey tournaments.
I would beat him, Kip, all of his friends.
Wes and all the DA guys definitely were beating us up for a while, but eventually we climb the ranks a little more. You see yourself getting better, and like you start to understand the game more. Suddenly you're following up on these combos that a day ago they would just end, and like the game suddenly gets like 20 times better.
After a while we just started training with each other.
Eventually me and Wes started teaming, so you know, just funny how that works.
With training from Wes, PC Chris slowly became one of the best Falcos in New York. He was even selected to represent his coast during the FC3 crew battle, and took 2 stocks from Isaiah before being knocked out. As 2005 came to a close, PC shocked many by placing 3rd in the MLG National Championships in New York, right behind Ken and Chudat. It was a sign that new blood was in the mix, and change was around the corner.
2006 opened up in New York too, so my goal was to place top 3 again.
The MLG opener 2006 was such a big deal because everyone knew how big MLG was now.
I knew it was going to be bigger, so I didn't want to be like, oh, I'm going to win, I'm going to win.
And Melee was starting to get huge. That might have been like the biggest year of Melee's growth was 06.
You know, I was winning the matches I felt I should win, and then like eventually came like the opponents that like I wasn't sure, like Chudat.
I actually told him a trick to use to get out of the chain grab as Fox, just because Chu was, you know, West Coast at that point, and I really didn't want to see Chu and Ken just split all the winnings as usual.
And I ended up beating Chu to have to fight Ken in the finals. I don't think I fought Ken up until this point, in tournament at least.
First matchup starts.
Okay, here we go.
Versus PC Chris. Ken has chosen Yoshi's Story as his first stage.
Okay, and let's take a look at who's playing here. We got PC Chris. PC Chris from New York, Portchester, New York. That's where his name comes from. Versus Ken, who's the undisputed king of Smash. He has traveled around the world and proven no one's even come close to giving him a challenge. He's lost a few times in the past, but nothing serious. Yet PC Chris taking this set from him is huge, and if PC Chris were to win this tournament, it would mean so much for the Smash community. It would question what everybody thinks. PC Chris is a rising young star. 6 months ago, he was only semi-respected. A year ago, barely known. 2 years ago, not known at all. And here he is in the final championships, threatening to take out Ken. So exciting.
And commentary did not exist before MLG in any facet that I would deem noteworthy. But when MLG started doing commentary, it was very few people that wanted to do it. Again, unlike now, unfortunately, they just pass the mic around to anyone who's wandering by. I think that's very regrettable.
Lasers! Lasers! Ow!
If you ask me, but at MLG, it was M3D and JV3X3 and me and OmniGamer. Pretty much those are the only people that did it.
Looks like PC's got Ken in trouble here. Ken regains control of the bottom of the stage, and he's looking to continue to throw and combo PC to get that last kill.
Wow, and then, that's it. The tipper. Ken takes the first match. It's a lot about control with this game. It's about who's maintaining the momentum of the matchup. When it's going your way, you can just keep it going and get your kills. When you lose it, you're in trouble.
I just remember once I getting to grand finals, just wanting to play like really, really aggressive. So that was my strategy going in, just like being relentless with my laser approaching and like my nair approaching and just always keeping him on the defensive. Because from what I've seen, he was always like dictating the match with Marth, like making sure the other person was, you know, always trying to, you know, catch their ground and recover and just like get away from him.
Ken really invented most of the techniques that you see Marth players use during tournament play. Ooh, PC doing an excellent job on the edge here to keep Ken off.
Ledge guard opportunity. Oh, he got passed.
Ken making an uncharacteristic mistake.
Oh, and that's going to do it. He can't get back from that. All right.
One mistake on that forward smash cost Ken that round.
My philosophy is like, you know, if you put pressure on anybody, they're going to crack eventually. Like, as long as it's like perfect pressure, you know, they'll mess up before you do, even though like what you're doing is harder maybe.
PC was just pulling out all kinds of new tricks that we hadn't seen before.
As long as like you apply it correctly, I feel like you can force like any good player to do something they don't want to do.
Oh my god, I don't know if people at home can hear you over the screaming of everyone. That ridiculous combo PC Chris just pulled off.
Oh!
And then, oh my god! Oh wow, okay. What we saw there, PC continuously did his attack that would have killed Ken, but he hit a perfect, what's called a ledge tech. Bounces off the ledge and is able to survive. Very difficult to do, especially with Marth.
It was really, really hype. I mean, since there were so many people, like a lot of people were watching, and you know, everyone got really into it. Wes was obviously talking a lot of smack.
Ken off the ledge. He needs to get back on. Oh my god!
Oh my gosh!
I thought it was going to end right there, but both players are alive. PC Chris barely
with
alive.
The high ceiling, PC survives that attack.
Both players are on their feet again. They hit each other. Oh my god!
The crowd goes
Ken flies
wild.
off the left side. Wow! Did not know where that was going.
Oh man, that crowd like ripped me a new one.
Again, you can hear that. I'm gonna put the mic up to the audience.
You have someone screaming next to your face and stuff. It's kind of hard to concentrate and win.
It's now 5-3 in PC Chris's favor to finish out the best of 11. The crowd is going absolutely out of control, and we're even wondering if it's going to affect the player's gameplay. And then some more officials might have to step in. And Ken.
Looks like he's going to get this one.
And Ken's going to take a match. It's just back and forth right here.
All right, PC just needs one more while Ken needs two.
He started noticing on certain stages his Marth just couldn't even do it. He'd switch to Fox.
Wow, and Ken with a character switch here, now he feels more comfortable playing Fox because of the level. When he close quarters here, it's going to be a lot of comboing.
That makes it a whole new ball game. Now you're dealing like with one of the fastest character, and he's running around.
Ken with those little hits, just keeping him away. PC can't recover. Wow, Joe, this is the last match. Pretty excited.
Came down to the last match too, like the very last match of the second set.
Ken's hating every hit here because he needs to get the kill soon without racking too much damage. Every time he's hit, and with ledge guard opportunity, it's not going to make it. Oh my god, 3-stock to 1.
When anyone wins a match against Ken, you kind of say, okay, well, this is just one match of a set of 5. It doesn't matter. And very slowly you realize that history is in the making.
PC needs to be careful on the ledge. Above all, careful on the ledge is what PC's got to be thinking. Oh, that's going to do it! The finals go to PC Chris, winner of the New York City season opener. Overthrowing the King of Smash, Ken. That's it. $2,000 and a lot of glory for PC Chris. Congratulations.
I end up winning, which I couldn't believe it, like especially in front of like everybody, like all my New York homies had my back.
Just the fact that it was like this new like up and coming player, you know, it gave a lot of people like inspiration who were just starting to play Melee, like okay, this guy's still new and he just beat the best player.
An MLG guy came with like directly with like a microphone and camera, and like I was not expecting this, and he's like, "Do you have anything to say to your fans out there?" And I'm like thinking to myself, like, I have no fans. There's cameras going off. Like I like to think of it as like, you know, a little revolution in New York Smash itself. myself. We, turned a page on something old, and now we moved on to bigger and better things. Winning like a national versus like the best player. Like I was the first person to do that.
I would always beat Azen. When PC Chris beat me, it was just like gave the East Coast a new hope. They're like, oh, we can beat them.
The East Coast finally had their answer to Ken. The savvy new champion found instant fame, not only for his technical skills, but for being what few pro gamers had been before. Cool.
He's cool as shit. He's humble. Well, as humble as a guy that's that good at something could be.
Cigarettes, phone, wallet, money, keys. Alright.
PC Chris was the most laid-back person I've met within the pro spectrum.
He's a very funny guy too. He like cracks jokes. He like trash talks all the time, like jokingly though.
They just can't handle me right now. Unlike those coronas in the back, it's cold, baby. This is, waiting for the party to happen. The party's already happened, my dude.
Well, some of the stories I might say might get PC Chris in trouble, so.
These are all my friends. I bust my ass all day. I'm hungover. It sucks. Every time I ask you. See how good I can hide how miserable I really am to the customers.
Ken is a competitor, which I think is an important distinction among Smashers, and one that I've always preferred the competitor to the non-competitor. Your Chudads, your Ken, someone who will try to the last, which is why Chudad is one of my favorite players of all time, even though I've spent much of my life hating him. He does not give up. He can be down in a set, and he keeps playing, and he keeps playing, and he keeps playing. He doesn't give up halfway through, and that's Ken. Ken wasn't someone who just stumbled upon this skill. Ken was someone who wanted to win.
White, we've got the winner's bracket final here, Ken versus PC.
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Really excited. Really excited. For those who don't know, Ken's been the reigning champ at this game for a long time. And East Coast, or any player for that matter, really hasn't been able to overthrow him. And then last event at MLG New York, PC Chris beat him and won the entire tournament.
Going into Dallas, I obviously felt good about where I stood because I won the previous tournaments. I did well in the time between at the locals and things, so like by my knowledge I was like, let's go for a repeat.
For the first stage is Streamland 64. Ken struck Corneria, so PC can either get that on random or pick it himself, and PC Chris struck Fountain of Dreams. Obviously a little bit worried about his short hop lasering there on that stage with the low platforms.
I knew Ken was practicing, I just didn't know like what he was going to do. I'm just going to still go with the, this aggressive strategy because his strengths are when he's dictating the match, and when he's like avoiding me, like I could just play my game, and even like if I'm not playing my best, I think I could still beat him.
Now PC, the Falco, is going to try to get inside on the mark.
Nice double laser there from PC.
And Ken continuously pointing out the counter, which is that move where he puts his sword up, you just saw it again, and basically just takes the Falcon's attack and shoots it back. Despite how cool it might sound, it's generally considered mostly a useless move, but for Ken to use it repeatedly on one of the best players in the country and 3-stock him it's impressive.
No one would use a Marth counter. That's like a forbidden move that you use Marth. But I used it against PC Chris, so every single time he would laser me, I'd counter and he'd jump in and get hit.
He, discovered that if I'm just mindlessly approaching him all the time, he can just, try to bait it and counter my approach with Marth's counter.
Ken has been known to reinvent the way to use new tactics and new techniques with Marth, so it looks like he's doing it again against PC.
The fact that Ken invented Marth, look at him go with that counter. I can't believe it.
Well, obviously, like I knew what he was doing. Like I could see what's happening. It's happening to me, but telling yourself to avoid it and like telling your hands not to, it's one thing.
So you can't counter unless you know you're going to get it off, but wow, but Ken obviously showing us that he knows when he can get it off. He says, don't worry guys, I know.
It was brilliant to see. Even though I prefer PC Chris as a person and a teammate, I enjoy seeing Ken, the viciousness come out, and he did, and reigned him as superior.
That's it. Ken win for Ken.
Ken works his way back, hopefully silencing some critics in his mind.
He outplayed me, he beat me, like, you know, exposed me. It was, you know, definitely a downfall after winning New York. Suddenly, like, wow, was it just a fluke? Like, can I really hang with the top players, or am I just going to be that guy who's placing below them? Eventually, like, I just had to make a decision whether if I was just wanted to keep working and just do the normal life thing, you know, work, school, or if I wanted to try, you know, test this Smash thing out for Ron. And you know, I was at the age I was like, why not? I was flying around everywhere, you know, winning money, experiencing new places, new food, building new relationships with people.
She didn't even look like a Smasher, you know. She looked good, I'm not gonna lie, but you see guys like flocking, I'm like, relax. You know, let her breathe, you know?
I was like, hey, I play Smash. And of course, the general reaction came, a girl that plays Smash?
Always hard to break the ice. It's just so awkward. What can you possibly say to this stranger that's gonna make him feel like this guy's definitely not trying to hit on me right now? Like nothing.
You know what might even attract guys even more is that she's good at the game.
I somehow got introduced to her. I don't really remember how, like friends of a friend, like, oh, PC is Melty.
I was just like amazed at his Falco and watching him, and I asked him for a photo.
We were at that age where we had enough similarities to date, and like we're both attending these tournaments, like why not?
We've definitely fought over Smash. He gets always mad at me because I always would hit him during teams, but we were actually, I thought we were a pretty legitimate team.
We teamed at so many tournaments while we were dating, and we got so close to winning, but we come up short. The day we break up, we go to a tournament and we win. It's like, that's how you know. We're still friends to this day.
Buddies.
You know, she was going into college and stuff like that, so less time for practicing, whereas I was just playing Melee. Everyone was like, oh, Ken just figured out this stuff, and like now he's gonna beat PC Chris every time, so like everybody knew about it, so I needed to figure out, you know, something to do about that. Trying to adjust mid-match, that seemed to be my weakness. Like if there were certain players that just knew my style more, like I had trouble against Azen too, and I feel like he's one of those players that just knows how I play. I knew I couldn't be completely like defensive and just like try to avoid the counter, because like I said, he'll be playing his matchup then, like he'll be, you know, forcing me to make bad decisions. So it's like the term I like to use is called like hot cold. Sometimes run up and don't do anything, see what he does, but at the same time sometimes I would just approach him. So like I was just trying to mix things up just so he couldn't always just be throwing out counter, and if he did, he'd get punished for it, and at least start to think about doing it. That's what I was trying to do going into Anaheim.
MLG Anaheim came out, the third tournament, and they had a really great showdown.
See this, I think PC Chris is going to stick with Falco most of the way through. You'll probably see lots of traditional like spacing and stage selections though.
I was there as a spectator, front row of the bleachers, and there's cameras and there's lights and a stage, and absolutely the energy was there.
Local tournaments, you're used to playing at like a comic book store, like sandwiched in between some guy that's 300 pounds and some other guy, and you're like sweaty and you're just doing anything you can just to just stay on the TV and play matches. And then 2 years later, I'm suddenly on a stage.
The bottom middle of the stage. Ooh, excellent forward smash from Ken, and he gets the first kill.
Good read by PC Chris though. PC Chris is playing beautifully right now. He's managed to totally erase that stock deficit.
Well, I said he needed something magical, and he delivered.
Wow.
Wow. Excellent play from PC Chris. He's really taking it to Ken now.
Oh, wow.
the production crew here, they're getting a chance to really watch Smash. They're realizing just how fast Smash players do things on their controllers. It takes a lot of skill to play this game at the level that you guys are watching it right now.
Came so close, down to the wire.
The last game, last match, last stock.
The West Coast crowd is going nuts. They're chanting, Cali, Cali, Cali. Ken is their hero right now. They need him to get this victory for the West Coast.
This is sort of a revenge match from back in New York where the East Coast crowd kind of tore Ken up.
PC playing really smart. Those cars are juggling PC for a lot of percentage there. This is exactly what Ken wants.
Oh, wow.
Morphing stage. Little ledge hop from PC turns it around. That's gonna do it. That's gonna do it.
Oh, it was like all the butterflies in my stomach went out.
They hoist them up on their shoulders, and even though PC lost, it was still a great tournament experience.
Huge, like a sign of relief.
I didn't really care whether Ken or PC Chris won half as much as I cared that people were actually watching, because the Halo kids were watching, and adults were watching, and girls were watching, and that's the direction I wanted to go. I always wanted more from Melee. I didn't want it to stay as it was. I wanted to explode into something different. I wanted it to be like poker or NASCAR, where it garners this fan base that's a little bigger.
Even though like I didn't walk home with the win or the money, and like people were still saying, "Oh, Ken's better than PC," but like I knew inside that like I went there and I did what I wanted to do.
I long to tell you how I'm feeling. Is this real? Am I believing?
Just one tournament that's less known that I went to was a one in Hawaii.
Chasing shadows, never knowing.
I went to Honolulu, got picked up by some smashers who just were excited to play me, and were like very excited that I was coming to Hawaii. But like, I'm excited to go to Hawaii, like, thank you, like, of course, like, I'm gonna do that. I tried to learn how to surf. Like, the competitive stubborn person I am, like, it just took me so long to at least catch a wave and like start to like ride on the board, and then like the next day was trying to learn how to get up. And like at the time I was like, why am I doing this? But like at the end of the day it was so fun, and like being able to leave stand up for a couple seconds was like totally worth like 10 hours in the water. I win the tournament, so I'm like paying for my trip, and it was just honestly the best time of my life probably. Like I really enjoyed myself. Everyone in Hawaii, I mean, shout outs to all of them. They made me feel like a king. They didn't need to, but they did. I had a great time. They were all kind. Hopefully I can go back someday. Just like being on the beach, you know, got the beers, got some food, got some music, got some friends. It really doesn't get much better than that.
We coexist.
actually started playing when I was around 16 or 17 in high school. I'm 24 now, so when the game first came out, I played for about 2 or 3 years. When I first played him, I was probably around 16 or 17 years old, and it was one of my first tournaments, and he actually wasn't that great back in the day. He's kind of brash, he talked a lot of smack, but then when he blew up, and I saw him at UMass, I had no idea it was him. I thought it was just some random really good kid. What's your handle on Smash Bros? And he was like, oh, Korean DJ. I was like, holy crap! Like the legendary Korean DJ?
I thought I was decent in Melee because I'd been playing since I was like 11. I had read about Korean DJ, not knowing who he actually was. I landed one hit and got wrecked.
He got 5%! He's always been, I guess, quirky, like he'll do things that people don't expect, and that's one of the reasons he took everyone by surprise.
KDJ went from nothing to the biggest stage Melee had ever known in less than a year full of upsets and innovation, new rivals and old comebacks, all culminating in a match that would forever define him and the game he came to master.
Gotta be thinking. Oh, that's gonna do it! The finals go to PC Chris, winner of the New York City season opener.
PC Chris was the first of the young kids. They were all young, and they were different than Ken and Azen and Isaiah, or even myself and husband. They were a different breed. PC Chris paved the way for Korean DJ and Mewtwo King.
All three of them basically came to prominence at the same time. PC had kind of, started developing on a little bit earlier. M2K had gone to some local tournaments around here even. He wasn't like at that level yet. He didn't have any level of mind games really. He was just relying totally on his knowledge of tech skill. Korean DJ, we just didn't hear about at all.
The first orchestra meeting I had was absolutely horrifying because I couldn't read sheet music. I just play by ear. For some reason, I became the concert master of the orchestra. And I just went from this guy who just has absolutely no idea how to read sheet music to becoming the concert master in 4 years. I was like, I don't know how that happened. My dad was like the CEO of his own like clothing store called J City, and it was really successful. We had many chains up in Boston. We were actually thinking about extending it to like New England. I remember it was second grade. My dad and my mom went to a business trip down in Florida. My dad had to go pick up some shipments, some jeans from China that he had imported. One of my dad's friends gave him a referral. It's like, oh, this guy can give you a ride. The guy went to a bar, and he was pretty hammered. He dozed off on the wheel, crashed into a concrete wall. Doctors were like, no, this guy has only like a 10% chance of living. As a second grader, you don't really understand the magnitude of how serious things are. He just wouldn't give up. Like, he just didn't care. He just wanted to just get better. Just to see that happen, it's really inspirational. Like to see him like going through all this stuff. My father was in the hospital and recovering. My mom had to go to work, so most of the time I was by myself. A lot of the things that I did to really pass the time was like video games.
I think the first serious tournament he went to was the one I ended up running.
I used to play with the Fall River crew. It was the Ninja Turtles. It was Crazy Jones, Hayato, Roga, Eve, Unknown Force.
He understood the game like decently well, but you would never have guessed he was going to be one of the best players in the world at that point.
I was doing okay. I was getting like maybe 9th place in my local tournaments. It was like decent. But I wasn't satisfied. I wrote down a list of all the people around me. Who's better than me? It was like a ladder process. I do it step by step by step by step by step.
I went to a tournament on the East Coast randomly, but I didn't have a partner. I asked around on the boards, and one guy offered. His name was Korean DJ.
And this was when he wasn't so good, and I was fucking excellent.
You know, I was like, let me just kind of keep looking around, like, but I really didn't want to team with him. Like, I didn't know who he was. He wasn't doing very well. Like, he was just kind of low level.
You knew every good person in the country. Now, let's say I was as good as I was, which I know I'm not. You don't know who can beat you. You can go to a tournament and lose to someone whose name you don't know because there's just so much skill. And also the spectrum is wider and there's more notches along the way.
Instead, when I show up, he money matched. He asked me for a money match.
We were playing money matches. He wants to money match me.
I was notorious for money matching literally everybody. I don't care how good you are. I don't care if you're Ken. I don't care if you're PC Chris. I don't care if you're Azen. I'll money match you $5.
Truth be told, I spanked him. Like, I messed him up.
I creamed him and he said again. Your money boss. Creamed him again. I was like, I think you need to let some other people...
He asked me to money match. I was like, who is this guy?
He intentionally knew at first he was going to lose a lot of them, but you have to factor in the money. He was paying maybe $5 or whatever it was to get matches with the best players, and they were going to be taking it more seriously than they would in friendlies, where they almost never play seriously and almost always sandbag.
And then he goes, okay, we'll rematch again. It's like, all right, sure. Like, he wants to give me more money, that's fine with me. Next event, it was an MLG.
He had a chance to play them and get to learn their styles and see what it was they were doing and figure out why he was losing.
And I was like, wow, I'm starting to get better.
He just started improving exponentially every time he would play.
And it was down to the wire. It was down to the last hit. And I was just thinking, this kid is getting fucking good. I wouldn't be surprised if he beat me in a tournament at that point.
I saw him starting to annihilate people like Neo and Chillin in money matches and just like destroy them. And they were like, what the hell? Who is this kid?
I can't even keep up with them.
Kind of turned from feeling sorry for him to kind of having a lot of respect for him because he was willing to get his ass beat. Ever since then, I wasn't even close.
And it was a brilliant strategy that very few other players were doing. At every tournament, he had the plan of, in the end, becoming the best.
I felt like me and KDJ instantly got along. I mean, I feel like I have a lot of rivals, but me and Korean DJ are another rivalry, because like New York versus Boston, we got that going on. I hung out with him the most out of any of the other professional players, and definitely had a great time hanging out with him. He's a good guy. They had 5 normal tournaments, like regional tournaments, like one in New York, one in Texas, one in Chicago, one in Florida, and then one in Cali. And then they had a playoff in New York and then a final in Las Vegas, and that was like the 2006 lineup. All the regional ones were $2,000 for first place. For New York playoffs, first place was $5,000. The finals in Vegas was $10,000.
I didn't have any trouble winning locals, but I also just didn't get too much like pleasure out of it. H2I was pretty much dead. Azen wasn't playing. I started to think, you know, okay, maybe I should retire as well like Azen is. But Azen decided to come back. He was really excited about it. He was like, okay, you know, now that there's this point system and shit, like let's see what we can do given that we've already missed a couple events. So we go to Chicago.
This is JV. I'm checking in with Dreffen here again. We're watching
a big match of Isaiah and Azen right now.
You know, the crazy thing about Azen is he had just come back from a hiatus, but he was already, like, his goal was first, period. When Azen would take retirements, it seemed to like clear his mind when it came to Smash, and he would come back even better somehow, even though he hadn't been playing at all.
All right, we're live here. We got a big match here. We got Mewtwo King versus Azen. We're down to the top 4 in singles.
Who's going to do next?
It's really looked like Azen's got some momentum going in that last match, and let's see how long he carries it over here. Some nice combos by Mewtwo King. He pulled off, let me think if I can recap that real quick. 2 up airs, a back air, a neutral air, and then an up smash, and that was a beautiful stock by Mewtwo King.
When he first came out, I despised him. He represented everything terrible about the Smash community. Like I was saying earlier about how cool it was when we found out about DA and that they're not just these basement-dwelling nerds, M2K was that basement-dwelling nerd. Especially when he started to get good is when I really had a problem with him, because I didn't want this guy to be the face of Smash. For that reason, I was kind of mean to him for a while, which I do regret, because it was kind of baseless, you know, just the fact that he looks like a nerd.
Azen's trying to do his best to get Mewtwo King onto a platform, because that's when he can really do some heavy-duty combos right there.
He knows he can't afford it. Oh, and that looks like it will end it. And a nice victory by Mewtwo King, takes it 3-1 over Azen.
He beat Azen, and, you know, that ended Azen's tournament, and Azen would have had Chu and then Ken. And I feel like, you know, even if Azen hadn't beat Ken, that would have been an incredible finals, and he definitely would have beat Chu.
And that will do it. Ken takes the victory, and another first-place victory knocks to his belt.
I think Chu that was feeling so much pressure where he just sort of would just collapse and just not take anymore, just want to give up and just go back and fly back home to Virginia. He felt like he was being pushed to the end of the wall in the house because of things that probably affected Ken and Maniclad's performances in tournaments.
I couldn't try my best during tournaments because I felt as if they would kick me out of the house. And I didn't want that because I was dating Helen. So I kind of held back.
It was like, I don't know what to do with myself. Like, I love Ken's sister, I love my girlfriend, and also I love like Ken and Maniclad, but they're pushing me so hard that I don't know what to do with myself anymore. And what should I do? Do I go here? Do I go home? Do I stay here? I don't feel comfortable anywhere because I don't have my East Coast connection anymore, and my West Coast connection is in tatters right now.
Should have stuck with Azen, Chillin.
You know how I wrote down that list of people to beat? Ken was at the top.
When I first saw Korean DJ, I would just hear someone say, money match, money match, money match, money match.
He was the final goal and achievement, alongside with being the best ever.
He must have chugged like 6 Red Bulls or something before he went to a tournament, because the guy was like hyper.
MLG Orlando, winners semis. I have never played as well as I did in MLG Orlando against Ken. I was starting to do things with Sheik that I never thought was possible. DVD popped open, said it was full in the middle of my match against Ken, so I wasn't able to keep it. There are certain things that I was doing with Sheik that I never did again, and I wanted to see what was I doing.
He was just very, very aggressive and very hyper. It comes to a point where you have to be really defensive against that or be more hyper and aggressive. And I was right in the middle of that, so I guess his style pretty much countered my style.
I'm so in the zone, and I defeated him.
I could read him. I mean, he was an open book, but it doesn't mean anything if you can read a book if every single time you turn the page you get a paper cut or something like that, you know?
Like the entire crowd just went uproaring, they were going crazy, and I just felt like I just won the tournament. And then I played against Azen's Marth. I beat Ken's Marth. I got this. I lost. I beat Ken's Marth. I lost to Azen.
Within the pros, I mean, certain people did better against other people.
And it all goes down to their play styles and their personalities. King is perfect. He plays the game perfectly. And so when you play the game perfectly against someone who's really, really smart, it doesn't matter. Think about King versus Azen. Azen makes the right choice. Let's say Azen makes the right choice every time. Then King, all he has to do is think about what the next step would be to combat the right choice, because he's a computer. Input information, what's the winning combination, done. So King can beat Azen. Let's say Azen fights Korean DJ. Now Korean DJ is a ball of white hot flame, okay? Azen is not fazed by that. Azen is cool as a cucumber. Azen is what it is. He just sees the game. So when Korean DJ goes nuts with all his craziness, Azen can just wave dash back, F smash, and just sort of take care of him. So Azen can be Korean DJ. Have a Korean DJ with all his fire, King can't combat that. King doesn't know, those coordinates do not compute. You can't put in Korean DJ what he's gonna do because he's learning as he goes. So Korean DJ can beat King.
Azen played KDJ right after he had beaten Ken in the same exact matchup and dominated him. Chu came all the way back through losers and beat KDJ in losers finals, and then that set up Azen versus Chu.
Azen actually already beat Chu that early this tournament with Captain Falcon.
Oh,
I think was that a 3-0?
It was a 3-0.
It was 3-0, yeah.
I heard about it.
Chu was really looking to win this because Chu had not won an MLG all year. He's been getting the second to Ken regularly.
I can see Azen taking this life off, but it's going to be hard.
But Chu really good with that sidestep.
Oh.
Really nice sidestep and kind of got him.
All right, we got a lot of applause going on for Chu.
Yeah, it seems the majority of the people here for Chu, even though Chu's West Coast and this is an East Coast tournament.
It's just so hard, and like there goes his stock.
And that was Chillin in the background by himself.
All that crowd that you hear is just Chillin.
I was by the commentators table like freaking out.
No one said anything but Chillin in the audience for Azen right now.
Azen was down 3-1 to Chu's Ice Climbers on Stadium.
Azen's down right now, 3-1.
And he just brought it back and won.
Huh?
And that's a good cheat! And then Azen wins the tournament!
Just won Orlando!
And Chillin's hugging Azen!
A few months earlier I was considering possibly quitting or whatever, and now like we're back on top, so it was sweet.
Unfortunately, there's a loser, and Chu looks really disappointed right now. You want everyone to be friends after the match, and you just hope Chu doesn't take it any personally.
Towards the end of the MLG season, I didn't even place very well, so it was all kind of shaken up in my head. I didn't know what was going on. I started off first, got third at Dallas, second at Anaheim, fifth at Chicago, which was my lowest placing at the time. And then at Orlando, I finished 13th, which was the last one before New York. I lost to Hugs, which honestly, he's always been someone I've struggled versus, and he knows that, and I know that.
He's one of the few really, really good players that I was able to beat, and that's probably what made a big part of my success as a player, is that I have that ability. Skill-wise, yes, he was better than me. He just seemed to have problems with me, so I greatly enjoyed playing him.
I didn't want to say like, oh, I'm not good anymore, like, or I'm not going to be placed in top 3, because even though I might not believe it, like subconsciously I'm going to be thinking it, and like it's just not a good idea. At the playoffs, there's less field of players because the sponsored tournament's not based on like player attendance.
The way singles was structured, you had to have like points to get in. If you weren't top 7 in points, there was only one spot left to get into that final bracket, and we all knew it was going to be Azen.
Congratulations to Azen, our level 1 champion. Right now we got a big matchup coming. We got Ken versus Azen on station 1. Ken versus Azen on station 1.
The first round was just full of these ridiculous matchups, but obviously the most ridiculous was Ken versus Azen, because Ken was 1 seed, Azen was 8 seed, since he was the one that had won the spot.
This is OmniGamer reporting from MLG New York 2006 playoffs.
Yeah, and this is White here commentating with OmniGamer. Now, this is probably the biggest matchup of the season, and quite possibly also the biggest matchup of this tournament here, because as many people believe, this head-to-head confrontation may very well determine the outcome of the entire tournament today. red mark. They've always meant one thing.
This is East Coast versus West Coast incarnate.
He was the new Azen. He was our hope for East Coast.
Exactly.
And now Azen's back.
Azen seems a little unsettled right now. He's behind in matches and then behind in percent of this one.
Arguably the best player in the world at that time, and you're down 3 stock to 1 and about to lose a set if you drop that match. You know, it's not even the deciding match, but, you know, he didn't have any more matches to give.
If Ken wins this one, it's over for this set. Azen would have to fight his way all the way through losers to have another rematch.
Difficult losers bracket, that's for sure. Yeah, I'll predict Azen to come back and see Ken again. I will, but it's going to be really difficult. And Azen's going to have to play his top of his game consistently for several matches in a row. Oh, no. That's it.
Oh,
my fault. He gets back on.
Came back.
Just barely.
Oh, right, Azen got a 10.
It's the mark, though. It's all going to be about grabs here. Ken gets the first.
Ken has the lead, but Azen can come back with a combo and get him with a spike. But
see that. Okay. Azen going to grab it, might have a chance, but Ken just keeps getting him first. There it is.
Uh-oh.
Use it, Azen. Keep guessing.
If Ken makes a mistake right there, he'd get tippered. And
that's a tipper. Do it, Azen.
Ken made a mistake by jumping so early.
Oh, my God.
Oh! And Azen pulls it off.
Oh, yeah.
Azen at like 130 on his last stock just brought it back.
It was the greatest comeback, in my opinion, of all time. People will point to videos where there's a stock difference of a greater comeback, but when Azen beat Ken and that Marth ditto, that was out of control.
And then ended up like 2-stocking him last round, so he won pretty solidly. So that alone remains the only time Azen's ever bested Ken in a tournament, ever. And the fashion that he did it in, like, that's one hell of a way to break a mental block, let me tell you that. KDJ beats M2K, so that sets up Ken versus M2K, first round of losers, and Ken loses.
It wasn't fun anymore. Pretty much, like, it became like a job more so than, you know, actually playing the game and having fun. I was getting older. I was traveling way too much. I don't think my body could take it as much. Like, at first, my prime days, like when I first started, I could go on Smash for hours and hours and hours. Hours, literally, without even sleep, 3 days straight playing Smash. After 2-3 years of doing it, it just takes a toll on you. And there's people out to get you, gunning for you, just like that's what they want to do, just beat you. All those emotions, all that stress just like compiled, and then having like Chillin dude or whatever yelling in my ear next to me, I couldn't handle it anymore. I mean, props to him for like coming back and stuff for 3 stocks, but I mean, at that time and moment, I was just like, I think I needed a break.
But we should also congratulate the East Coast hero Azen, who took out his West Coast nemesis Ken on his road to his very first Major League Gaming Smash Singles Championship.
We're here at MLG's playoff event in New York City where Azen just won the Smash Singles event. Azen, congratulations, man. How'd you do it?
Thank you. Oh, I just went all Marth. Marth for me is just, you can be so easily creative with them, and he has a very cheap spike, get very cheap kills and forward smash, and just, I don't know, he's just really easy to use.
All right, well, this makes 2 tournaments in a row for you, shooting for 3 in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, well, congratulations, and we'll see you in Vegas.
MLG Las Vegas, that we have here the epitome of MLG. We were at the Red Rock Casino. This hotel was gorgeous. Chandeliers, but tasteful chandeliers. Fantastic food. The shower had a mirror, so you could watch yourself shower, or presumably watch yourself have sex with the hooker. Vegas, baby. We flew there on MLG's dime. We took a taxi on MLG's dime to get there, stayed in the hotel that MLG paid for. So everyone there already feels like a pro.
It was a very unusual tournament. It was very small. I think top 8 only bracket. So being in Vegas, it meant that only a few spectators could turn up, and all of them were from the West Coast. So the Ken Alliance turned up again, which is about 12 people. And a few of the East Coasters turned up with their support crew and stuff like that. So I think husband and wife were there, JV was there obviously. It was very intimate sort of finals.
I was thinking at the time, like, I think this is probably going to be my last tournament. My fire is about to burn out. I got to try. I definitely know I could compete and beat these guys.
I tried to just narrow it down to matchups that I liked and that I didn't like. And the only 2 people I wanted to avoid was Hugs and Azen.
My whole life was to win the MLG Lost Championships. Because that pretty much means you won everything.
Ken just so aggressive right in Azen's face, not giving him any time to breathe.
And that is it.
Congratulations to Ken.
And DJ knew right away he's ready to go.
Yeah,
he was just like that
he was
last
angry.
night.
He's hungry for blood. You guys like caged animals, just taking turns running train on each other.
Badge guard continues.
DJ's in control. Ken's in control.
Back.
He's signed up to die.
That might be it.
Oh my god.
Oh, the cloud's coming. Here comes the cloud.
Cloud could change it. Oh my god.
Like, I was like, alright, this is my tournament.
This is my dream.
There it is, the up smash. PC has won. Congratulations to PC Chris. He came in at the beginning of the season, stunned everyone by beating Ken. He outlasts everyone else. He's going to take home $10,000 and be crowned the national champion of Super Smash Brothers.
It was almost like a body high. Like, I just felt great the entire day. I never wanted to be the best player. That was never my goal. But just like putting my time into something and seeing like these great results, and like I couldn't believe like from this game that I picked up with my friends that I able to accomplish something like this.
I was set on third. I was like, I'm happy. I'll take third.
When he got third and when he didn't become the best player anymore, he's like, you know what, that's okay. I can retire pretty happy because I know that I've done a lot in my time, and I was during a pretty, I guess, a golden era of Smash. So even to this day, he'd still be called the king of Smash just because he dominated during that era.
I felt like a huge weight was lifted off my shoulders. Like, I can just be happy.
Like, I was just like one game away from being the champion. I couldn't go to sleep for about 4 days. It hit me hard when I had lost. Like, it really hit me hard. I beat Mewtwo King, I beat Ken, and I got the PC Chris. For some reason, I couldn't beat him. I couldn't beat him. I was so close. And I have to wait another year?
If I had to pick my favorite Smash player of all time, it would no doubt be Korean DJ. For me, he's the spirit of Smash. He has this fire in him that's fantastic to watch. Once in an interview, he said that he played the game like a freestyle rap. It was different for him, and you could see it. In game, I mean in high-level tournament matches, you can see him trying new things and learning as he goes. I don't think anyone ever wanted to take a stock so badly in their life. I don't think anyone ever just hated the character, not the person, the character. He was like, I need to just take these stock and just destroy them. And it's that kind of mentality, that personality that drove him to fly off the ledge farther than people ever had, and just ledge guard in a way that was just rude. It was beautiful to watch. My favorite player of all time.
So what's the story on him?
Yeah, he just goes around these tournaments, you know. That's how he makes his living. Just go around to these tournaments, wins, doesn't have a job, doesn't go to school, play these tournaments.
I think the person who stood the hands of time as of right now is possibly Mewtwo King.
Oh God, M2K.
A superficially stereotypical, but then also very interesting person, especially in how it comes out in his play style.
He still, after all of these years, is able to get, you know, top 5 if he stops getting emo and stuff like that, you know.
He's
interesting. Yeah, he's very interesting.
Melee controller? Dude, we're interviewing someone. Oh, do you think you can make a quick announcement before? I need you to know someone else.
Alright.
Alright.
A bit weird, but I like him.
I know Ken was ready to play him. He wouldn't admit it, and he would act like Mewtwo King's below him. But he was damn scared to play Mewtwo King, I guarantee it. Everyone was scared to play Mewtwo King, because when he's on, you just don't understand how you can possibly beat this guy.
Lord, when the fuck did this pasty white kid learn how to play basketball?
Congratulations to PC Chris. He came in at the beginning of the season, stunned everyone by beating Ken. He outlasts everyone else.
They took it off the pro circuit, which was really upsetting for us, because that's part of what creates the hype, is being in this environment with hundreds and hundreds of video game players.
MLG, they bought Smashboards. They obviously believe in Smash as a competitive game, and like part of it has to do with just Nintendo's a pretty reluctant company to work with. You know, through all the years of doing events, I've seen Microsoft and Sony, and they just understand that like competitive gaming's big. It means something for them, and they want to work with you. Like, you know, they've tried to help us along or brought developers over. Nintendo's kind of been very much the opposite, where they don't really embrace in competitive communities at all. They're difficult to even get streaming rights. Like, we haven't even asked them for like TVs, money, anything. Like, just can we show this game that we believe in, that you created, stream it for our professional events, and they've been reluctant to even do that.
They started 07 circuit by having a little like grassroots event that they got a venue for. It was a nice venue and everything, but there was no hype. So that was kind of their transition, was we can't have you on the pro circuit anymore, but we'll try to help you guys out. So, which was nice of them, but like I said, it just wasn't the same as having it on the pro circuit. It was a really, really big difference.
The chance for Smash to grow into something more, something mainstream and professional, seemed lost. In the wake of MLG's decision, the community pressed on, back into the underground world from which it had emerged.
A lot of times one champion is replaced by another. Ken was replaced by PC Chris, Korean DJ, and Muji King all at the same time, which is kind of cool that it took three people to bring Ken down.
It looked like the stage was set for me, Korean DJ, Muji King, and just like anyone else who was hungry enough to get up there.
The three players wrestled for dominance in Ken's absence. KDJ bested Mewtwo King at the MLG-sponsored Long Island event. Mewtwo King stopped KDJ at Cataclysm 3. In California, PC Chris defeated Mewtwo King at OC3, and Mewtwo King trounced PC at FC Diamond in Indiana. All three were, beyond question, the most fearsome players around, but the youngest of the trio seemed slightly different, a savant pursuing one thing above everything else: perfection.
Unless you're frame perfect 99 out of 100 times, you're not good enough. That's my mindset. That's what I tell myself. That's how I got good.
He's so into frames, he's so into the tiny little details. Just thinking about theories and logic and the steps.
I'll do like up air and fast fall like the next frame so that I can hit them just barely, but they can't hit me, and if somehow the upper misses, I get a double jump nair and stuff like that. I did that at MLG. I just trained and trained and trained, like up 3 hours a day for like 2 weeks.
Everyone makes a joke that to be good you have to like sit in your basement for hours on end, over and over again, until you finally have an understanding for the game. No one actually does it, except for Mewtwo King.
Try to be as perfect as possible, and if there's some area that's not perfect, it's like, how can I make this a little better?
Super Doodle Man and Mewtwo King with their frame data on get-up attacks, on moves being thrown out, distances on wave dashes and wave lands.
I spent like 2,000 hours on that shit, just double checking and triple checking just to make sure it's as absolutely accurate as I could possibly get it.
He's very focused on whatever his objective is, and it can work for and against him a lot of the times.
I beat Super Mario Bros. Original on NES. I beat it when I was 5. I made tons of like pixel art and stuff back then. It's just something I started once, so it's like, I'm gonna make a big maze, and literally 90% of it, I drew line by line, pixel by pixel.
I don't know that he's ever confirmed, where he is on the autistic spectrum, whether he's got a little bit of Asperger's or not. I certainly don't want to make any judgments, but he's in that vein. He's in that Rain Man world. Muji King can, in fact, recite many, many, many digits of pi, enough so that you have to tell him to stop when he's doing it. Muji King lacks the ability to judge social clues. You get him in ridiculous situations sometimes. One time I lost my jacket at a tournament, and I went out to the lobby and I found him sleeping in my jacket, and he didn't realize that it was weird. One time we were in a car together and we made a joke about like, just get out of the car. And he opened the door and tried to leave while we were driving. I mean, I think he would have done it if we hadn't pulled him back in. I mean, he's a complete nutcase.
One time we went to a Massachusetts tournament, and I'm almost positive he just didn't understand the concept of paying for something in a store. So he walked into like a gas station and just took like a Mountain Dew and left. And I was like, yeah, I'll just pay for that.
He might do things that offend people or things like that without knowing it, but he never means harm.
There was definitely things he would do that would rub people the wrong way, especially at that point.
People really, I think, dismissed him, if not outright disliked him, because I don't think he knew how to really express himself properly. But he wasn't good enough, and you got respect by being good.
There was like kind of two different camps, people that didn't really understand Mewtwo King, and then people that were like accepting and encouraging for him. And I think that kind of helped.
He honestly, back then, all he cared about was Melee. It was all Smash. So like any relationship I had with him was only involved playing video games, unfortunately. When he first started playing, he had a very robotic style. He only played by himself for his computer, so he wasn't really exposed to like just normal like play styles, like a thinking opponent, like who adapts and like tries to like read you. He's not used to that. So he struggled at first in the community, like playing wise.
He was a scrub.
He wasn't a natural by any means, but he had a work ethic at the time that was unmatched, and for most players still is unmatched.
It was, I think Melee FC's 3 or 6. We actually found Mewtwo King 3 in the morning. He was still holding on to his controller, sleeping with it, and he was actually pressing the R and L buttons, like sleepwalking in his sleep, and we couldn't believe, we thought, we like poked him, he didn't wake up. It's not like he was faking it, he was dead asleep, but he was just still going at it.
They all said I sucked, and then I was like, well, I'll prove you wrong then. That just made me want to prove them wrong. At 05, Ken and Umbreon, they both 4-stocked me. The next year, I beat Ken in a 3-5 set of Fox. The next year, I 3-stocked him in 3 different occasions in Martyrs.
When I saw that Marth, I was like, he's gonna be the best player in the world.
If I get a hit, I want to take it as far as possible.
It works, you know, the best possible method. This is what you do in every scenario.
The most fearsome player to know in a match.
He just became amazing.
Unless I'm absolutely perfect, I'm not satisfied.
I wasn't around personally to see Ken's reign. Everyone said, you know, it was crazy how much better he was than everyone, but I seen Mewtwo King's reign. And Mewtwo King was just so much better than everyone. He just destroyed everybody. It was just crazy.
It was 1, 2, 3, that's it. First stop, gone. I just rage quit it. I said I couldn't do it.
People are cleaning up after him. People remind him to bring his coat. They buy him food. They worship him. They used to people wouldn't give him the time of the day. But now that he's a god of this game, people will do anything that he wants. The power that he holds by being so excellent, have to respect it.
I'm like proof that a nobody can become #1.
In Melee, Mewtwo King was near perfect, but his obsession was for a game which it seemed would soon be made obsolete.
There's one more title I guess I should mention that will turn that fight into an absolute brawl.
I was excited. I mean, you play the game for so long, and you're like, you just want something. You want something new.
Oh, hell yeah.
It was like the new game to play.
This year's going to be the death of Melee.
So beautiful. And trust me, it's the best Smash Brothers ever, by far.
We drove to this like distant GameStop outside of Philadelphia because it's the only one that was doing a midnight release. We were so hyped, new characters. Melee was so good, so fast, so exciting. You know, it's gonna be part 2. We had the fest at my place, in my apartment. We had about 4 setups. We're playing it. And we're playing it. And we're playing it.
It didn't wow me like right off the bat, and I was kind of worried about that. At least from a more Melee perspective.
It was so so slow, not what we expected at all.
We tried to make it fun, I guess, but after a while, after a few months, it became clear that like the engine was just designed to really, really reward defensive play.
There's just like little room for like combos, like exciting match play, whereas it's more like just like who gets hit less.
Everything that made Melee great, the combo system with hit stun, the various movement options, it had all been lost in translation.
A lot of them felt like Brawl was intentionally made to not be a competitive game, which is true.
This is going to be a direct shout out to Sakurai, but gaming got to where it is today because of its hardcore competitive audience that it was targeted towards 10 years ago. And I don't hate on the fact that we and other gaming companies are trying to increase and widen their audience, but at the same time, I feel like Nintendo this time pushed it too far and just, they like cut out their competitive audience. In Sakurai's interviews where he says like, he wants everyone to win, I cannot understand that mindset because Melee was so popular and still is because it had the duality of being able to be played as a party game and as a competitive game. I don't understand the reason for just eliminating half.
Nevertheless, people still developed a competitive game behind it.
There is such a scene for Brawl still because of Melee, and because Melee was so competitive, people wanted to make Brawl just as competitive, and you can, just not, it's not pretty. I'd say like summer of that year, not even too long after its release, that's when most people started to realize, at least people that had gone to Melee tournaments, that this is not a legit game for tournaments, so that's about when I stopped.
Brawl cleaved the community in two, and seemed to mark the end of the road for some of Melee's elite.
I kind of got into Brawl for a little while, and that didn't last very long. And I didn't look to Melee to go back. I just honestly thought I was going to quit there. I was just like, well, you know, like I had my moment in Melee, like I had fun with it. I'll still play it, like with my friends, but like it's not going to be a big part of my life anymore.
Towards my later years in college, it was just incredibly difficult to have the same kind of lifestyle. When Brawl came out too was really what set the nail for my hiatus.
But for Mewtwo King, Brawl was a chance to keep going with competitive gaming and get a jump on the competition.
So I just tried to get really ahead of the curve so that way I can like make a lot of money and make a name for myself even more and just have fun, just everything. I have fun playing Melee because he's fast and I like combos. If he feels like the only Melee character, I just tried to figure out everything really fast.
Playing both Brawl and Melee at the same time competitively is very difficult because they're two different games.
At some point in 08, I was actually like top #1 in both games.
After MLG, Melee found a temporary home in the lineup of Evolution, the premier fighting game tournament in the United States. The professional setting and first place prize brought a familiar face out of retirement for one last tournament.
Third place was good enough for me. Like, I wanted to go out with a bang. I wanted first place. I signed up for Evo, and I trained my ass off.
For Mewtwo King, a focused Ken would be the man to beat at Evo. But before he could take him on, he found himself facing off against a Melee newcomer and his stubborn Jigglypuff.
I remember Hugs talking to me about like, I went to a California tournament and I was like, yo, who should I watch out for? And he's like, you don't know who he is, but you need to watch out for this guy, Mango. Like, he might not beat you, but he's getting good, and he's improving so fast. And he's like, he's just sick with Jigglypuff, like, better than anyone you've ever seen with Jigglypuff. And I'm like, wow. Usually when you ask something, they're like, oh, watch out for this guy, blah, blah, blah. Like, he, like, went out of his way to warn me about Mango. So I was like, this guy must be legit.
Well, when Mango came on the scene, I was already on my way out. I was already a little too old, and I was already not quite good enough, and blah, 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 blah. So I was able to view it kind of on the outside. He was a hurricane force, and when he beat Mewtwo, everyone said that it was a fluke, including myself. I thought, you know, it was the middle of the night, and he was on West Coast time, and well, that's just Jigglypuff, please, that's not a real character, you know, etc., etc. And I made a lot of excuses, and then Mango continued to win tournaments.
What the fuck was that? Oh no!
Mewtwo is good at finding like the best options for a situation, which can lock him into a bad mindset of, you know, best option all the time. Mango knows Mewtwo wants the best option, so he says, you just do stupid things that shouldn't work. Basically, you approach him in weird way. He says it's like, you know, you do weird stuff. He doesn't know what to do. He's not saying, okay, I'm going to wait for, you know, half a second, then run up and grab you, then up throw you. No, he says, I'm going to wait, and you're going to do this. You're going to roll because I'm forcing my will on you. It's a very typical West Coast player mentality. They're not really interested in dissecting the game so much as they are playing it and learning how to manipulate their opponent really well. Whereas Mewtwo is just figuring out how to abuse the game as hard as he can.
It's real good. Mango combo!
He's a robot. He's really good. His combos are amazing. But once you get in his head, it's downhill from Mewtwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, a Jigglypuff Ditto.
Go for Dan. Go for Jackson, Mango. Yeah! Let's go. Let's go. Fuck yeah, Mango. Shake his hand.
So much of Mewtwo's identity came from being a god at the game. So on comes Mango, his kryptonite, and when Mango beat him in those awful, horrendous, embarrassing Jigglypuff Dittos, I think it changed him forever. At least in a Smash way, if not in a real world kind of way. Mewtwo's not able to beat Mango anymore. It's like something broke in his brain, and he forever has a mind block where he can't beat him, and it's a shame. And you see just the frustration in losing to him. He loses one match or two matches and that's it. He's done for the tournament. He can't bounce back from it. He's not like a Ken or a Chuda. He doesn't like the adversity. He doesn't like being cheered against. He doesn't like not understanding what's going on. And those things there, I really saw frustration and anger in him. It used to be everyone rooted for Mewtwo, and then by the end people were rooting against him, and then to see him fall to Mango was very heartbreaking for me. It's very sad.
I have like depression problems. Like when I'm like not playing good in a day or just feeling down for whatever reason, I just get depressed, and then it's a really big problem I have. I just get depressed, and then I just like don't feel like playing anymore. I don't know. I mean, I know it's a genre, but it's like it's also the truth. No one wants me to win. It's like I feel like I have no friends. I feel like I'm the enemy. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a big pussy, but I mean, what I'm saying is also true. I actually think it's both.
Even as we still decided to stick with the Melee, not all of us did. Numbers were starting to wane. These events used to be like 40, 50 people in the tri-state region, starting to dim down like 20. And you're really concerned, like, is this the end? Melee looked like it was on its death throes. And it's like, let's just do one more, as a farewell.
Okay. AKA Olive Card, ladies and gentlemen. That's the boy.
Bright and early, man.
Bright and early. Rob,
I
early.
came a little late because, I had the females here setting up.
Yeah, the females.
What time does team start? The team starts at 12.
Who's interested? And then it was a waterfall.
TV, laptop,
You start hearing guys from the South, Hungrybox, Shiz, and then, you know, Mango, still at rivalry with Mewtwo King. You have this mix of all generations of the game. Guys like Korean DJ, Shootout, PC, teaming with Mango. Mewtwo King, he's the bridge between those generations. There was nothing like it. I went from studying these guys on the hub to being there, playing them in friendlies and asking them directly. I get goosebumps just thinking about it. At that point in my Smash career, I kind of had said, okay, I made out a bracket, I can leave this community behind. You know, I can go back to where I started, back to Street Fighter, Virtua Fighter. And then match 4 happened.
I want to see the Falco. This is the match. Stay Marth, you son of a bitch.
Without that set, I probably wouldn't be in this chair right now.
All right, what stage are we thinking? So good. Is he going back to the stadium? Oh my random. Keeping him as Marth? I don't know.
Shiz would be like a Karl Malone, someone who was extremely solid, might not have won the big one, but people definitely know that name. And MTK at the time was kind of Jordan-esque.
I don't know what the hell's happening. Why wouldn't he be?
Shiz was the one that everyone was screaming for and wanted to see advance. I was a Falco main, and Shiz is just pushing the brink of anything I'd ever seen before.
Damn, son. Oh, that's dope, son. Damn. Yo, the Shiz was for real. What the shit?
I just remember my doubles partner, Can I Smash, is standing next to me, screaming his lungs out, saying, I don't care anymore, I'm maining Falco after this. Felt like a lot of times he would defeat himself. If the crowd's not behind him, if he's being cheered against, if he suicides.
Whoever the fuck said that set in Florida was the best match ever, you were sadly mistaken.
It's over. We're going to Game 5. Shiz just has this in control. I can dominate, I can take over the game at any point I choose to. You make one mistake, that's all it takes, because I know how to get rid of you. If you pull victory from the jealous defeat, there's no other ways from saying it.
Match 4 became the most watched of all time, and, just like that, a community which seemed destined to fade away was revived, thanks in part to a robot.
Yeah, he lost to Mango afterwards, but he was able to recover, where most players just mentally would have been crushed. If I see, you know, Apex 2016 and he gets top 3 in Melee, top 3 in Brawl, I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't think that a lot of people would have gotten to know him, possibly because of the social barrier between him and other people. But I think he's made real friends that he's been able to hang out with and spend time with and make a connection with because he was good at the game. Not because he played it, because he was good at it, because there was a difference.
You know, he started hanging out with us, you know, we actually got him to drink. And I don't know, just talk, just to hang out, not play Smash, not talk about Smash.
Over the years, I must say that, you know, he's changed for the better.
He's always trying to help people with stuff. He have helped me with Melee.
I mean, if you talk to M2K now versus 5 years ago, he's way more personable, you know, he's definitely improved in that respect, so.
I feel like the Smash community kind of helped him a little bit, you know, in terms of if he was playing an online game, he might still be the same, you know, he might not have that communication, when you're talking, developing real relationships, that definitely helps out. He's gotten plenty of friends from Smash that helped him, kind of mold him to the person he is now, the real Mewtwo King.
what players we're going to bring. I thought, wait, take a shower. Yeah, take a serious shot. He wants to look badass. One normal winning picture. I wonder who the hell made that. Do we have to play there? Which just play anywhere. Okay, okay. What was that? The Ginyu Force. DBZ. Yeah, still, no. What we can play anywhere. Yeah, but against Boost. That's a good point.
Didn't sleep well last night.
You got some sleep?
Yeah. Had some nightmares. About things going wrong. I don't usually have things like that, so it wasn't usual. But I'm sure it'll be fine.
This will work because for singles, you only need 2.
Right,
But it's when we go to teams, can we fit 4 here? Well, actually, hold the phone. He's not going to be connected to this table, right? No, he should just need one system set up.
Where are we going to set up check-in?
We're going to set equipment check-in up to the front desk, and that's going to be Iggy. So, Iggy, let's get you going. Okay.
If you're registered for melee single, melee doubles, your teammate is extra couple.
Ball's out, the most aggressive player you're ever going to play. Like, he's only got one direction, that's forward, and it doesn't matter how much he's getting messed up or how stupid it is, he always does that. The way I would play is I would try to, you know, find your habits and find out where you're predictable and exploit that and this and that. He doesn't seem to have any patterns or habits that I could ever pick up on, and I was good at that too.
Jake! Rick James, bitch! All right.
He would talk about having a notebook in his head, and he would just write down every little crazy thing that he would see. And I don't mean like crazy combos, like just crazy little aspects, like how a combo will work at certain percents and how certain things won't work. And he would talk about that, and we would always just kind of laugh at him or whatever. But then you would see him play a match, and we would see something like happen, something like just like you'll see him play today. You'll see him, he'll do the craziest combo that wouldn't even make sense. You wouldn't think it would work, and he just knows it'll work. It's not something that can really be explained or learned, I don't think. It's just something that kind of happens. And it's just something that only happened to him. That's why he hates personally playing Hungrybox, because if he isn't playing his, not his best, but he has to be playing good. He can't just wing it against Hungrybox because you have to play a certain style. He makes you play his game. That's what makes him so good. He makes you play his rules, because if you don't, then he's there. He's figured out an option for a lot of approaches, a lot of just waiting you out. Like, he doesn't care, but that's not Mango's game.
He legitimately runs away when people are trying to fight him, and I think it's ridiculous. He thinks it's ridiculous, and this is coming from me, and a lot of people have called me boring, but I don't even do that. I don't run from people like that.
You saying you going the whole way? You think anybody's going to be any problems, or you taking this free?
Well, Mr. Mango over here, as usual, he's a really
really great player. As so much as the rivalry between us, the hate, I don't really want to go into that. That's silly. There was a point in my Smash career where I really hated that guy. Really disliked him. I wouldn't even talk to him, wouldn't look at him, just wouldn't even talk like anything. I think we would barely shake hands after a match. My lifestyle and his lifestyle just are different things. And to the best of both of us.
Before we get started, just want to talk through a few things. I'll try and keep it as brief as possible. First of all, general conduct. I know I don't need to talk about this, but please, while you're in the venue, while you're in the hotel, be respectful of yourselves and other people around you. Make sure you're just upholding the standards of the community, making this into a place that we can be proud of, and making this a community we can be proud of.
They came over and I have all kinds of GameCube games and they see Smash and they want to play Smash. I'm like, oh cool, we're really good at that game. I'm like, yeah, I'm good too, man. I ended up beating them. And then with the little kid rivalry, I bet you can't beat our friend, he won a tournament and everything. And I was like, oh well sure, I'll play him, I don't care. I had my scooter, I was all ready to go all far to go find his friend, and they ended up taking me like 2 houses down. He comes out, probably the same thing he wears now, freaking basketball shorts and a tank top. After that it was just kind of like a small rivalry. We always have that competitive feeling. I don't know if that's just natural for anybody or just being a competitive gamer. Just as a kid, we had that competitive spirit. I figured out up throw up air. He found out up throw rest. I figured out how to DI first. I didn't want to tell him how to DI. We kind of figured out little things and we just kept kind of pushing ahead of each other until eventually at one point he just started just kind of pushing ahead. I've played the game for 6 years and I've seen a lot of new players come and go, and no one grabbed a hold of the game the way he did.
I thought it would happen. We kind of knew he was going to be the best at some point, just the way he was progressing.
I believe it was Pound 3 when Mango decided that I'm going to lose in winner's bracket. You give me every single big name in loser's bracket. It's not a question. I got it. It's easy.
Pound 3 was like my favorite moment ever. It was so good.
Mango took that tournament to the bank. He talked about Pound 3 for at least 2 years.
He just kind of picked them apart, and just the more the matches went on, the worse it got. And it was just crazy how he just kind of tore him down.
If he gets hit, he's got no jaw. So if you hit him once or throw something at him weird he's never dealt with, you win. That's it. He can't take punishment at all.
And the next time they played, he absolutely destroyed him. Like I said, once he figures things out, he doesn't forget him.
Punch him in the dick!
He really likes to get into someone's head. He got into my head for a while, so yeah, he likes letting people know he got him.
He's using Jigglypuff. How many people are honestly familiar with that matchup? Is it the character? And in time we knew, no, it's not the character.
The big thing for me was when he switched to Falco. Because people were just like, oh, it's just Jigs, it's a one-trick pony, and then he came back and he was like, no, I can do this with anyone, and he showed it.
"13 years old, playing my Game Boy Advance. I love that. My Game Boy Advance was my killer app system. I love that system. I'd get good grades in school, and then my mom would buy me the games that I wanted, and I would beat it all 100%. I would get every single achievement because that's how I played. I was, hardcore, right, whatever it's called. But I'm like, yeah, this is really fun. I like beating games. And then I saw Melee. I had Melee, and I thought, how can I beat this 100%? And it's like, oh, get all the trophies. Eventually, I got through every single trophy except one. So I remember back to my Pokemon card days. Back when I was like 9 years old. Jigglypuff, rest, restore HP. I'm like, that's it. Her downbeat does nothing. I must restore HP. This move made the opponent explode off the stage. I'm like, that is incredible. I just picked up Jigglypuff with a puff tag. I started beating everyone with rest and stuff. I developed my playstyle with it, my spacing and everything. And from there, you just go to more tournaments. Eventually, I started going out of state, a national, and Mewtwo King came in, and I was like, whoa, Mewtwo King. I mean, of course. Everyone who sees Mewtwo King for the first time is kind of surprised of what he's like. But anyway, they put me into crew battles with him, and I beat Mewtwo King in crew battles.
And at that point, I had this strange confidence. I'm like, whoa, that's pretty cool. That's pretty fun. Getting the crowd all hyped and stuff. This is when people still cheered for me. That's not the same anymore. I got good using gimmicks. That's what I got good at. I couldn't get good using tactical. My fingers just aren't fast enough. When you play me, people get frustrated a lot, and I really, it's not like winning's fun all the time. When you see your friends get frustrated, and it's like, I don't want to play this anymore. Let's go play ping pong or something. Even my very first tournament win out of state in Georgia, even then, people already didn't want me to win. I was like, is this really happening? Florida was cheering against me. All I can say is that I'm used to it. And I know there still are some people who, even though they're frustrated by it and annoyed by it, I know the fact that they do think well of me.
Zelda's not going to be able to catch him. But he did get him there, 85% death.
Oh wow, good spacing.
Oh,
easy. Oh, tech! That's a very good mind game.
Yeah.
Wow. This is where the matchup flips around. A great read by Dark Rain.
Oh, he just goes in with the knee.
What moves? The first knee, and that's death. That's poor DI. England, very salty.
One thing Hungrybox is doing right now is he's ducking a lot.
That was an interesting forward B. Hungrybox starting off really strong. Do you think Mango will go Captain Falcon against Darker?
Mango getting those combos, gets the read, but oh my goodness. That's an easy first shot.
Once Ganon's off the stage, it's really hard because his recovery is so poor.
Hungrybox just a really strong play there.
Sets up for so much.
That's a rough match.
Last match, and everyone is watching. Oh my goodness!
He's
the game's still going.
He's alive.
What a great up tilt! Another one.
Randall.
No! The Falcon Punch there, and then Mango wins.
Mango.
How would you describe Mango's in person?
He's...
When we go to Vegas, he goes there ready to die.
You have to be like, that's just the kind of, it's just like almost just, we gotta go. Like we got things to do, we gotta move forward, and if we do it, we're gonna do it right, and we're gonna do it hard. I'm pretty sure I've almost died like twice. I got this lip ring when I was passed out in Vegas. I've been arrested almost like 8 times just because I'm always talking smack to the cops. Like I never back down, dude. I just things like that. I'm reckless. I don't know.
He just spanked me so hard. Just like didn't even try. I mean, he still doesn't even try. He was like making fun of me too. Like, why'd you take me to Fountain of Dreams? Come on, dude. What? Oh my God. I was like, I don't even know what to think. Like, it's the first time I met Mango. I'm like, damn, dude, this guy's a dick.
His humor is so asshole-ish, and like people still. They like that, you know. They like him. He's a people person. He just goes out and people just like being around him.
Even if they're like suit and tie type of people or this and that, he'll show up looking like a gangly little kid, like messed up beard, dumbass shirt, and like it'll end up working out.
Lamb Chop's saying like, you're not gonna come in here to our state talking like that. You're gonna get your ass handed to you. We get to Florida and everybody loves him.
Like once you get to know him, if you get close enough to him, then he'll love you. I mean, it's kind of like that love-hate though, you know, like. It's tough love.
Kind of like a kid, but not a kid, just doing things at his own pace, and his pace is pretty crazy. Hungrybox might not have had the best time.
World's best player in Vegas. This happens every time. Barely stand up. Poor guy.
We also have over here Chillin and Mango against X and throw. Thank you. Over there, last match of the night.
Yeah! Get hype!
You guys won, right? In terms of lifestyles, I'm not one to judge. I don't think anyone is. There's, you know, yeah, he drinks for a lot of people do.
Kish Prime is the best tournament host of all time. That also rhymed. But also, Mango needs to find his controller. I found my controller!
I may not be like as capricious as he is, but I plan things better. I'm going to school now. I'm getting my degree in chemical engineering. I'm getting good grades. He's a sprinter. I'm a marathon runner. You know, same as Smash Bros. He just immediately short run, crazy, innovative things. I look back at what I am good at. You gotta be sleeping.
There's always been like that little rivalry between the two, and I think it comes down to Puff.
He was the first Jigglypuff to do a lot of things. He was the first Puff to win a big tournament, first Puff to beat a lot of the big East Coast players, especially Mewtwo, because Mewtwo, you know, was the king for a long time. Hungrybox comes and does the same thing with almost like, it looked like not even half the effort of what Mango did. And I think that really, I don't want to say offended, but it kind of did. It wasn't even that he was better than Mango. He just kind of figured his trick out, and I mean, it was just so simple.
His rancor comes from, you play a very, very defensive or campy play style that I'm not really a big fan of. That's not how I like to play the game or how I like to see the game being played.
Mango stopped playing Puff, and I'm sure there was all kinds of Hungrybox fans saying Hungrybox is probably better. Hungrybox, you know, he gets results, yada yada. And Mango just didn't like that. Mango was the Puff player, and Mango is a very, very prideful person. Me growing up with him, I know that probably better than anyone. He is about pride. Hungrybox goes for those results, he goes for those wins. That's his own pride. He likes getting that win, you know? And that's probably the way it is for a lot of people. But for Mango, it's different. Mango likes just showing how good he is. Even if he loses, if he shows how good he is, then he's happy. And that's why Mango can generally lose to Hungrybox, because he doesn't want to play that game. And you know, I mean, Hungrybox can be happy about the win. You know, he got the win. He's gotten it a couple times on Mango, but it's like not to John for Mango. It's his own stupidity. He's better than that. He's a lot better than that. Because players like that, like I said, they make you play their game, and Mango refuses to 100% do that. And if he did, I don't think he would be losing to Hungrybox. But I mean, what can you do? It's Mango.
Are we waiting on that, or are we doing it now?
Yeah, winner goes to the do it. You guys can do it over there if you want. That's okay. Once you get to the
I thought Mango was going to go Puff for a second there. He had his cursor on her.
All right, we're up. Doubles. Chillin Dude goes hard right towards DOH, wants to start shutting him down, and I think he really wants to split it up so that Hungrybox can pick up Mango, but instead he ends up getting the rest on DOH.
That took 10 seconds already, and HBox is already...
HBox is doing work. He wants all the monies.
Wow.
And he gets opened up by Chillin Dude, and he doesn't
Mango
even
has
recover.
Mango has quit this match.
He has given up on this match.
Mango has decided to quit the game, summoning his inner Mewtwo King.
And he is going to need to collect himself if he wants to start playing. Just look at him.
People don't realize how hard it is to play on a hangover. It is extremely hard. I've only done it once, and I got absolutely rocked. If you watch day 1 of Genesis, the crew battle, where Hungrybox rocked me, I was hungover that day, and it was like the end of the day, and you know, you'd think I would have like a clean 8 hours to sober up or whatever, get off the hangover, but no. I've seen him, he'll drink till he passes out, blacks out, and I've never gotten that drunk. I'm like, he does that constantly at tournaments, but I mean, he's so good that he'll make it happen.
On to game 4, 2-1 in favor of Fox and Peach, Mango, and DOH. Survive all that. He did a good job.
Hungrybox's survival is the key right now for him.
He cannot afford to die. As they are, it's significantly more
Mango
believable.
with a big mistake, almost dying
Oh,
for
and
it.
a crazy pinball bounce on DOH. He gets the
so
dash
they got
attack. Gimp, he doesn't get the edge. Chillin's
Hungrybox
still in it.
Hungrybox with the save with that down air. He gets Mango right out of the air. Great job. That could have been
And
pretty
the
bad.
bomb! He no. Oh, nice forward air.
This is still possible for DOH here.
DOH can do it. Can he win the 2v1? He just needs to pick up a good hit on Chillin. He sets him
my
up.
God, that's it.
DOH
It's over.
wins doubles. Wins the 2v1.
DOH.
Double Mango. A magnificent work from DOH. Bringing it home for Mango.
We're going to relaunch with singles here very, very soon. We're going to take about 5 minutes.
All right, the rules for this, if you play during the bracket, you start with the set count that you were at during the bracket. So if you were up 2-0, if you won 2-0 against somebody, you started 2-0, the other person has to counter set.
So on the stage, we are going to have a continuation set to finish.
There are certain people I feel like encapsulate the emotion or the feeling behind a character. You have Kage with Ganon. And then you have Dark Rain with Falcon.
Yeah, everyone else is watching. Everyone is watching.
Doesn't go to too many events nowadays. He's still just such a strong player, period. People shouldn't be surprised with how he performs.
The arena is wrapped. Everybody is watching this. They aren't turning to watch other pools. There are a couple jerks over there in the corner playing friendlies. They don't matter.
I know they played earlier, and Mango decided to Falcon Ditto him. And he's going to it. He's going to it. You can hear the cheers in the crowd.
I'm about as excited as it can be.
So they've struck to Dreamland, a very good Falcon stage. Very good for this Ditto right here.
A lot of room. And Mango player 1, Dark Rain.
Dark Rain, as usual, black in player 4.
Gets out of the Mango pressure. Nice spacing. Weaves around him. Gets back to center stage. Mango clipping him. Gets the throw. Does he follow him? He does not. Anticipates a tech in place. Dark Rain tries to go for the jab. Regrab doesn't quite work. Mango jumps out. Goes for the down air. These guys are smart. They aren't reading each other's techs yet. Neither of them have picked up. And Dark Rain, he sees through the up air, but then he fast falls after the air dodge.
Mango stage spikes him with a back air.
Could have survived, could have extended it, but he just didn't believe it would happen.
Falconville.
Reading.
Oh, it gets Mango off there. Gets him with a down air. Dark Rain wins game 2. Oh, Mango going right at him this time.
And, ooh, Dark Rain picking up good up airs, but not quite able to link it into something solid.
Oh, big knee. Another knee.
Into knee. The greatest combo. Into knee. Decides to go for the grab. He's on his shield.
Oh, wow. Great read by Dark Rain.
Knee to the groin. That's
And
not your
another one.
purse. That doesn't belong to you.
Power shields at neutral air. Gets the gentleman, but Mango crouch cancels into a down tilt. He's going to get him there.
Read on the tech chase. They call this combo video Mind Reader for a reason.
Oh!
He does it again. He does not care what Mango thinks.
Mango hits him with the back air. Hits the rapid was shielded. He's going to kill him right there.
Combo.
Dark Rain
takes it. He's up 3 stock to 1. 55%. Mango kills
Mango
himself.
quits on that match. Concedes to Dark Rain. Amazing stuff.
You won't see him in his full potential unless you're like playing in the room and you make him mad. You make him mad, he'll go all out.
And right now, Mango is getting booed by the crowd.
He flips them off for good measure. They go right back to Dreamland. Last time this happened.
This is pride.
Mango has this grasp that can't be taught. It's not something that comes with time. It's something you have to be born with.
Mango is awake right now.
How does he think so differently about this game? And I just don't know.
He is the natural.
Even I wanted him to win when I'm saying to someone else.
Mango gets the final knee, puts
An
that final
incredible series of
nail.
Falcon Dittos.
Oh my God.
Absolutely nuts.
And two of the sets people will remember from this weekend are the two sets that these guys played.
He's completely ripped it open, right? He's already there. He is the new Deep, right? That is great. That is art in another self, watching someone like Mango be so willing, so doing such risky things and technical things and being consistently like proven that he can do it every single time. It's like, wow. I have full respect for him as a player. Oh yeah. I don't know if he doesn't like me, but as far as I can tell, I think we're on better terms now. I can understand if he still doesn't, appreciate me as a player, because I understand where he's coming from. The way I play is very frustrating, but I had nothing but the utmost respect for him because he's taking the game to a new level, and I can't really be mad at someone who's done that to the game I love so much.
That's that last stock. Not likely to get a gimp,
Oh,
but he gets
almost.
that serious combo. Kel's really showing that he's got good out of shield shine. Mango's saying he doesn't care.
Hungrybox is probably the scariest edge guarder of Spaceys there is.
Forward smash is the other way, and somehow it makes him dodge. That's the Mango effect.
And up throw rest to finish out the set. Great job by Hungrybox and the forward smash.
The forward smash. Axe takes third place. FC 10.
What will happen in the next minute? How will I react if I win? And how will that feel like if I lose? It's like riding a bike for the first time and realizing you're finally getting it, or just falling off and getting more hurt than you ever have.
The Kishes have been running a really tight ship here. I have no doubt that they've been tracking the pool's results and making sure that things happened the way they did. I don't believe it is a coincidence whatsoever that the match for third and fourth place just happened.
Absolutely.
And we're about to get the match for first and second.
Absolutely. They've been really smart in choosing their matches. And here we go. Grand finals.
Mango Fox, always a favorite against floaties. Always uses it against Hungrybox. Hungrybox, excellent at the Fox matchup. Mango, excellent at the everybody matchup.
Exactly.
Excellent crouch cancel tech.
Oh, misses it.
Misses the rest.
That's him with a forward smash instead. Knew it was up smash wasn't going to kill. Decided to keep him nearby.
It's entirely possible that's what he wanted to do. Mango's one of the few people, one of the few foxes that can connect with up throw up air against Hungrybox. He gets the timing right and he accounts for the possibility of that smash DI when he positions it. His shield pressure is insane. Back air shine, back air shine.
Slowly whittling down that shield, trying to get Jigglypuff's ears or whatever gets exposed under that. Gets him again.
It's another
stock.
And this time he has the boost of that other platform. There are a lot of cases where Mango would say, no, I'm not going to use just the most efficient option, but he hates fighting Jigglypuff. And he really doesn't, he's not a fan of H-Box.
That's good.
So he's willing to make the exception just because of stuff like that. Even though, funny story, he used to do it to people all the time.
Exactly, I was about to say, that's the irony.
He started as a puff.
Oh, he gets Mango off stage, but Mango keeps himself close to the ledge. Gets the back air. That should be the stock. Mango with a pretty dominating performance for game one.
Mango gets the neutral air. He's always just that little bit faster with his aerials than other players. That's how, when he played Axe, he was able to interrupt so much of his Pika stuff compared to SFAT, who got hit by most of it. It's just that Mango thing. Mango might have lived, but he wouldn't have been back in time. And there we go.
H-Box.
That's the puff stuff that Hungrybox is needing.
Uh-oh.
And
I thought he was going to try to grab him there.
Right now, Mango's in that mode. He doesn't care where H-Box goes right now. He's going to try and hunt him down. He wants him dead.
Oh, went for the grab there. He really wanted to just finish it with another up air. Nice rest by Hungrybox. Absolutely.
To watch for the tech, sees it's a miss, and because he's so prepared, he's able to react.
And they go to final destination. H-Box does a jab there, which really surprises me. He's messing up right now on his execution.
A nice back air from him. That slight up angle sends Fox straight into the puff back air. And then puffed right into the Fox back here.
HBox has been doing some really strange things. He whiffed 2 up smashes straight and immediately got punished for it. And for some reason, he tried to grab Mango while Mango was jumping around 3 times straight.
Yeah,
I don't understand what's going on with HBox right now.
He might be having finger flubs, or he's just panicking.
It looks like it right now. Honestly, it does. And Mango is at tournament point right now. If he takes this, he's the champion.
And he's just demonstrating. He knows where to put his aerials so that Hungrybox crashes into him, and he knows how to weave around Hungrybox's typical style of spacing.
And he manages to get him with that again. I honestly thought Battlefield was a great stage for Mango in their first game. I'm not sure about this counter pick.
Needs to keep his face to the center of the stage, but he needs to have his hits going.
Oh! He didn't get the jump to get the second aerial.
It's entirely possible it wouldn't have connected, but the mistake definitely
he
there.
gets him. Oh, Mango head landed on the stage. Gets him again.
All the right up B, all the right ways to follow his up B. Mango gets a little turnaround, and now it's at a point where it's absolutely anybody's game. No clear advantage.
HBox is back off the stage. He's trying to recover here. Mango misses with the back air. HBox catches him.
A sudden forward B. He doesn't hesitate to do those. And he's going out there to pick up a shine spike, even though he doesn't really need to do that.
Oh, misses that up smash. Gets him with the back air. Mango does it. Mango is crowned the champion of Melee FC here in South Bend, Indiana. Mango manages to defeat Hungrybox.
Disappointed look on his face. Really downcast.
Wow. He's...
Congratulations to Mango, champion of FC Legacy.
There's this too. It was the last day of the event, I'm pretty sure, and they told everyone to clear the venue, get out of the venue, and go into this field. It's huge open field. Weather was beautiful also. California, great weather. I'm jealous of California. And we're all outside. This is a time when me and Mango still hate each other, but that's not really important. And well, it is kind of important because people started playing tag, right? Just tag, running around because we had nothing better to do, right? There's like 400 people outside. And at one point, I got tagged, and I walked up to Mango, and the whole crowd's going, oh! Everyone's like, what's going on? So I tag him, but he's like, nah. I'm like, okay, whatever. But I'm getting into the physical, like, we're like moving around. We're having fun. Let's play a game.
Ben! There goes Ben! Go Ben!
And just a stampede of Melee players intertwined with Brawl players, intertwined with spectators, just not knowing what's going on, but having a blast because of it. And see, that was great. Like, how nice is that to, finally put the controller down and really show, like, hey, we're all human beings, and we're all good people, too. Good people who know how to have fun. While I was just looking at the game unfolding, I looked around, I see people Smashers with their friends, these guys, some guys carpooled here, some guys flew here, together, they're sitting down eating some Chipotle, some guys are eating In-N-Out, they're just talking, or laughing, they're smiling. You see that smile. It's like, for some people, these tournaments, they're an escape.
Oh, shit. 1, go. Okay, round 2.
I walk in somewhere, and I feel respect, and it's really nice. I didn't really get that in like middle school or sometimes high school, and it's just like it's really been a confidence booster for me. It's really developed me as a person. This whole tournament scene, really grateful for it. I don't know how it would have turned out without it, to be honest, and really glad to have met even the ones I did. Hopefully, I can meet 1,000 more and get more Facebook friends. But yeah, that's that.
he was like almost looked unbeatable for a time. Like he was looking almost like Ken-esque, I want to say it.
That was legit, man. That was legit.
It looked like he was going to kind of like go through this like reign of terror where he's like winning for like 3 years or 4 years.
And people said he couldn't do it with Falco. Where you at?
For a while it did look like that, but I mean eventually it's just how things work. Like people catch up, people get better, people fall off. Somebody's going to be there to replace your spot. Like as long as people are hungry enough, right?
I think one of the biggest things for this game is upsets and regional or international rivalries. You know, Armada is probably one of the best things that's ever happened for this game. You know, that man coming in with a character that no one thought could win anything, Peach, right? He whooped all of our butts at Genesis, and so everyone, and he did it at the first Genesis. He almost won the first Genesis, so everyone said, oh wow, this guy.
He's a beast. I really think he's the favorite to win this tournament. If you were to ask me.
I agree. I'm rooting for Mango.
I'm rooting for Mango as well. He's my boy. I got his back. But based on what I've seen, it just seems like Armada's just taking off, looking like ridiculously better than everybody right now.
No one would question Mango being the best of all time if he had clear-cut victories over Armada. The Genesis ones were what Mango said mattered. It's 1-1 at Genesis. But they really didn't get to face off at other tournaments because there was Mango getting third at a tournament after Armada beat him, and then they just didn't see each other at all at Apex 2013. If Mango put in that effort, that time, that work, there is no question about him being the best the game has ever seen. But because he hasn't put his all in when his back was against the wall, when the one person that really threatened his title, I think there would be a lot less chatter about that. But since he didn't put in the effort, he didn't try, it's always going to be that question. There was a Facebook poll first on EVO's Facebook saying, what games do you want to see at EVO? This is a list. Let's add one more, just to see. And the Smash community came out in full force saying, we want this spot. This spot was ours once before. We want to take it back one more time at the very least. And there were some issues. A lot of people were like, the Smash community can't be that well represented. These have to be bots. Someone is like nuking Facebook to give them like 800 more votes. So the EVO staff was like, okay, let's do this a fair way. If your game got over 500 votes, you're in the running. We're gonna do a fundraiser. Whatever game makes the most money, we're gonna fight breast cancer, you get that 8th spot.
Bro, I'm sweating over here, man. I don't know if I can deal with it.
It came down to Smash and Skullgirls, bit by bit by bit.
This race is so close.
We'd do an event on stream, and the next night they would have something. And then we'd have something, and then they'd have something.
Like $50,000 and we're not done. Like that's amazing to me, and it's cool as going to breast cancer.
Let me just ask for a tiny, tiny bit more support. We haven't even dropped the spirit bomb. That's true right there. As one, throw our hands up in unison, shit we can do is crazy.
Smash was able to pull it out, but I have to definitely show a lot of respect to Mike Z and the entire Skullgirl staff. It kind of was all surreal until Mr. Wizard pops in and says, "Do you know where we can buy some GameCubes and CRTs because none of our games use them?"
MLG Anaheim was probably one of the only examples where people would cheer on Ken when he was still playing and when he was still active, because it was his home turf. I feel like people ostracized him, and I'm not sure if that contributed to his retirement, but like whenever he looks back at Smash and he talks to me on a personal level, he always says chaotic. Like, the Smashing was good for me, but like I don't know if I could deal with all the trash talk and all the like the Smashers anymore, treating me like that anymore. And I said to him, like, maybe if you turn up now, like they're always begging for you to come back, like they miss you, you know, you should really just come back and represent yourself. It doesn't matter if you're good or bad anymore. It's nice to see a familiar face, sticking to his guns and like playing the game that we all love, and we love to see him perform and do his Ken combos, you know.
Ken, you here, dude?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Oh my god, it's the voice that we all know and love.
Even it's kind of weird getting back to it and thinking, how far we've come since then. Look at the top 3 then. Ken was in first, Hugs in second, and some puff player named Mango got third. Who would have thought that this many years later, we'd be on that main stage? It's magical. Vegas is gonna be fun.
Mango still considered best player in the United States right now.
This is a tournament everyone wants to see. It's like Virgil with swords. Wow, perfect spacing.
He's got his hit and he can't make it back. Best players are in the U.S. This is the strongest country. That's why Armada winning was such a big deal. And then a torn.
Nice moonwalk. He's just trying to show off.
Yeah. You can hear the USA chants in the background. Mango opting for the USA name tag. Oh, here we go, up air!
Oh, he's definitely loving it right now. He's been waiting months for this, probably years. Mango yelling at the crowd saying, "I've got your back, I'm sending Armada home." Well, this is trouble now, it's not touch chase. Armada known for being one of the very good pitches with a combo game.
Wake up attack.
And a stitch. This is vintage Armada. Oh, this is trouble.
Now is he gonna go for a low percentage kill? No, can't keep him out there. And
it's knocked him out. He's taking his shirt off. Searching the crowd. Melee Army's very own Mango saying, "I've waited so long for this one." This is one of the most storied rivalries in this game. These two have had tons of bad blood. He's so close.
Pixels away from that blast zone.
Hungrybox needs a miracle right now. Oh, he read that roll! He read that roll! Reminiscent of Genesis. He knew it was happening. He knew it was coming.
This is 3 out of 5 at Grand Finals. Oh, nice down A to save himself just from that one situation. But still, there it is! And there it is! The up smash and Wobbles is gonna go down. 3-1 Mango has come all the way back.
From loser's bracket.
For all the people that, they fiend over getting into the NBA or the NFL and this and that, There are people who don't have that athleticism or just don't find the same kind of pleasure in it. They prefer to use their minds on something else. For those kinds of people, this would have been great, to aspire to be a cyber athlete and then play for money to be there. And I would have loved that opportunity. I would have done it. I would have dropped everything. I would have done it. People like Wife, people like me, people like Chillin, there were a lot of people heavily invested in the game and trying to make it the next big thing. JV3, M3D. These were people that cared about the game. They wanted it to be something bigger. These people have the same competitive nature that any other athlete does. It's just we don't have the means to nurture that and to make something of it. And it sucks. And I hope it changes at some point in the future, and not in a bullshit way, like they're trying to do with some of these games, where they're just commercializing it and exploiting these people that are legitimate mental athletes and exploiting them because they don't feel that the public will accept them as athletes. Hopefully that changes, and you know, by some dumb luck, hopefully Melee is a part of it. We'll see.
A lot of people want, you know, Nintendo to acknowledge our existence. If they pumped some money into our competitive scene, it would be fantastic, a lot of people feel like. I certainly feel that way as well, but, you know, in that same sense, we're kind of weird as a game. We took Smash, this party game, and we made it our own. I think we are kind of maniacs in that sense. We have this sort of fervor for the game. We go from event to event. These are our churches, basically. You know, there's no praying, except if, you know, you hope your DI's on point. Nintendo won't give us support. We'll put in the legwork. We can do it ourselves. We're still playing this game 12 years after its release. There's another game in between there. That game we weren't happy with. So some people in that community said, why not mod it to make it more like the game we love so much? I think all that does kind of borders on lunacy, but I think, you know, in this case, our love for the game being described as maniacs, not a bad thing at all. I take it as a compliment.
You want me to wrap up Smash, like, as a whole?
Yeah.
The whole thing?
The whole thing.
You want me to wrap up all of Smash? It means so much to me. And I really do think it was important. I really do think it was important, but you're asking me why? Well, it was a chance for us to be somebody. It was a chance for all of us to be somebody. And that was a big deal.
Most of my conscious life, I've been playing Smash. Like, it's this cliche statement, but it's more than a game. Like, it's, you know, it's literally part of my life. Most of my close friends, most of my best friends I've made through Smash. It also just shows, like, I feel like the reason I get along so well with Smashers is it shows their excellent judgment that they chose to play this amazing game. So, I mean, there's partly that, but, you know, it's just, it brings people together that otherwise would not have been brought together. Like, I was saying earlier about, you know, how we met DA and everything, like, there's no reason for me as like a 13-year-old high school kid to be hanging out with like these 20-year-old Bronx people, but you know, it happened and it was awesome and we actually got along and laughed with each other and stuff, you know. I really like the fact that it brings together people from every walk of life, really, you know, except girls. But, you know, we'll work on that too.
We understand that the small details, the small intimate interactions we have in these very small meetups and small Smash Fest and tournaments make a really big impact, a really big deal on how we can communicate or how we can bond outside of that context. It's not about the Smash. Wobble said this to me a few days ago. He said, Smash Brothers is like an art form. It actually isn't about being the best. It isn't about winning. It isn't about learning matchups or competing in tournaments. It's about turning up at a venue with a game you all love and care about and playing it really cool. Just making it an art form. Just perform kick-ass awesome shit, do awesome combos, invent stuff, be creative. Yeah, and I think that's why we cheer and we rave. That's why we bond. That's why we make friendships. That's why we hang out in hotel rooms and lobbies at 4 a.m. drinking and talking about God knows what. It's not because we play Smash Brothers. It's actually because we're just friends.
Double can come back from a drunken jab. Mewtwo King takes it with a thumb out of the tournament. 2 sets. He's done it twice today. The King Mango Nation in ruins because Mewtwo King, the Mega Bus, and the Fire Nation attacked.
He rolled in on the Mango Bus. Just took over the Mango Nation.
It's a beautiful game. I see it as a symphony. It's a piece of artwork. It's perfect. It is a perfect game, and playing that and learning it and expressing myself through the game was always the most important thing.
Smash is jazz. Everything else is classical music. You can have the sheet music in front of you, and it's all about your execution, because you know what sounds are going to come out. Jazz, you have to play some improv in there. You know those scales. You know what notes you want to hit. Can you hit them on time? And if not, what can you do with it?
Here I am, like 6 years later, and Smash is still a big part of my life, so I'm in no rush, really. You know, whatever comes along, it might take Smash's place, but like, even if it does, like, there's always gonna be a small part of me that's always gonna, you know, yo, Tom, let's go in the basement. Let me expose that Falco real quick, you know, play a couple matches before we go out to a bar or something. Like, I know it's gonna be like that, and I hope I play when I'm older, because I definitely want to, like, I definitely want to just be old playing Melee. Like, that's just a funny image. Like 35, like playing like this really technical fox, like this 35-year-old guy. Like, I just think that's hilarious.
Hell yeah, man.
Just like these like 18-year-old kids at tournament, I'm just whooping them. Still got it.
Will not still play the game if it wasn't for the community. It's like in the beginning when I started playing, it was more like, yeah, I'm playing Melee. Now it's like at least half of the part is like, yeah, getting to new more people and see old friends and stuff like that.
At MCO, which is the Orlando airport, there were 2 girls holding up signs, one that said wife, one that said husband, to welcome us to Orlando. This was for MLG Orlando, and we got to keep the signs. These were our first and only groupies we had, but it was great. We went to Disney World together later that weekend.
Like, shout out to Smash community, we all kind of take care of each other, you know, when someone goes somewhere. But you know, if I was in California, a couple people would house me, and then like, you know, someone would be going up north for like school and they'd drive me up there, and then I'd hang out with other people. So it was just cool how it worked out. It was just kind of like, you know, a little tour of like the United States, but not from like, you know, a tourist perspective, but you get like the actual real stuff from like the people who live in the towns, and you know, you get to see all the local spots and stuff like that. And then, honestly, like, I almost feel like that's more important to me than all the money and like the first place titles and championships or whatever you want to call it. Like, at the end of the day, like, everything I learned and experienced and met, like, that's the only thing that matters. Like, the money's gone now, you know, the check sits on the wall, it doesn't do anything. But like the experiences and the friends I made, they're still, you know, affecting me to this day.